Sevianach, Aikanad Veshme Avpara. Holan Lachma, Nesong Kanan Yomana, Oshukalan Kuwain, Aikanata Fachnan, Shavakan Lacheyabain, Ulat Alan Lanesyona, Ella Pasan Mebisha, Metol Dilak Humakotha,
Very good. Well, thank you. We know this is a busy weekend for everybody, but this is going to be an important retreat for a number of reasons. Of course, we just celebrated the destruction of death through the resurrection of our Lord and Savior, but that still leaves us until the general resurrection the care for the body which houses, which most of you will be receiving tomorrow, the very body and blood of God himself. And so we have with us today Protodeacon Mark Barna. I'm just going to read a little bit of an introduction and then welcome Father Deacon up to speak to us today. Father Deacon lives in Charleston, South Carolina, so he loves the 60s that we're experiencing here in Michigan today, where he retired as manager of procurement and administrative services for South Carolina Ports Authority. He serves at Holy Ascension Orthodox Church, OCA Church in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. Protodeacon Mark and Matushka Elizabeth are authors of A Christian Ending, which I believe we have several copies available today if you did not already get it. A Handbook in Burial in the Ancient Christian Tradition. It was published by Divine Ascent Press in 2011, and the book is now in its third printing and second edition. Together for 46 years, most of their time has been spent raising children and caring for other people, including caring for schizophrenics in their own home. They also cared for 3 of their parents with Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease in their home for 6 years. They have been preparing people for burial for over 15 years, and in that time, they have buried dozens of people, including His Eminence Archbishop Dimitri of Dallas, Texas. They have prepared bodies in Charleston for burial in New York, Washington, D.C., Pennsylvania, and Romania, often with no involvement of a professional funeral director. They consult with church groups nationwide in Canada, England, Australia on the establishment of funeral ministries. And in 2016, the OCA requested that Protodeacon Mark return to Dallas as co-leader of the team that exhumed the relics of His Eminence Archbishop Dimitri and then prepared them for reinterment at St. Seraphim Cathedral in Dallas. I would love a first-hand story of that, especially with the photos and the stories that we saw online of His Eminence being incorrupt when he was exhumed from the ground. So please do share some of those stories when you come and speak with us this morning. Just some housekeeping items. The bathrooms, if you don't know already, are right behind this wall. Again, thanks also to our co-sponsors. St. Nicholas Orthodox Church in Burton and St. Mary Magdalene are making use of a diocesan grant to bring this ministry, or at least give you some information on how to bring this ministry into your parish. So we thank the Bulgarian Diocese of the OCA, and then again, our sister parish, St. Nicholas, for helping to make this happen as well. Any other hospitality items that we should need? This is being recorded, by the way, on YouTube, so anything that you have to say, make sure it will live on forever. Yes, it will live on forever, but don't let that be a deterrent. But if you're going to speak negatively about like the Buckeyes or something like that, you should not. You should not.
Come on, what's the fun in that?
I know. Vespers is at 5 o'clock. We'll have a break for lunch. And any other questions, comments, concerns? Father Deacon, if you would please welcome Father Deacon to begin the retreat today. Thank you, Father. And a few more. Lord God bless you. And we're not in the church, so we could clap and say,
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for coming. I should say, hey, y'all. You know you're Southern when your 4-year-old granddaughter comes in and says, hey, y'all. Or we say, Dobroye Utro. Dobroye Utro. Which is also good morning. This may be my last workshop. I'm been doing this a long time. I've been doing this about 15 years. What I'd like to start with this morning is spend a lot of time working out an introduction for the day. The theme of the day is do your paperwork. You will hear that when I start, you'll hear that when I end, and it'll be the last thing I tell you on the way out the door is do your paperwork. It's extremely important. It's the most important thing. If you take nothing else out of here today, go home and do your paperwork. We'll talk about that a little more later on. If we're going to talk about funerals and burial, it seems like the first thing we need to talk about is why. Why should we care? Why do we care about someone's remains? Then we can talk about how should we care for them. I'm not a funeral director. I'm not an attorney. I'm not a healthcare professional. Do we have any healthcare professionals here today? That's unusual, but it's fine. I'm just a guy who didn't want to be embalmed. It's always given me the creeps. I was telling them last night, from a very early age, about 6 years old, when my grandfather died, I remember how creepy I thought the whole idea of chemical embalming was. So for about, the worst thing that can come out of this today is that anyone leaves here thinking you have done something wrong in the past. Please don't, if I say anything here today that hurts you or makes you think you've done something wrong or there's something bad, you've misunderstood me. I'm not here to criticize anything. We've all done the best that we could all of our lives. The best thing to do is learn and move forward. I spoke one time and a lady just got up in tears and ran out the door, and she had completely misunderstood something that I'd said. So I'd like to begin with that this morning. If you think that's the case, please come and talk to me and let me clear that up, because there's nothing I say today that should hurt anyone. And I don't want to be patronizing. A lot of what I'm going to say here in this first hour is very elementary and very rudimentary, but it's very important, I think, to really start at the beginning. Besides, I don't know who's here. And we speak to all kinds of groups, and we never know who's here. We have a couple of priests here, but there could be someone here who only heard about Jesus Christ this morning, and they end up here. So we kind of start at the beginning and go through and talk about why should we care about this subject and go from there. So for about the next hour, it is hard for a Southern boy to talk fast, and there's a lot of information in here. I will do my best to get us through it in about 50 minutes to an hour, but I tend to get choked up, so it might take a little bit longer than that. If you need to get up and move around, that's fine. Please save your questions until after, so we don't take longer than that. I'm just going to try and get through a lot of information here. Almost everything I'm going to say is open for discussion, but not now. Later, or maybe you can take it up with your priest later on. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Christ is risen. Excuse me, it's already happening. This is the hardest part. My mother died at our home early one spring afternoon. Now, this was unusual because most people who die of natural causes die at 3 a.m. Talk about that later. She lived with us for 6 years. The last 5 years, she was bedridden with Alzheimer's, and she couldn't speak. A broken hip put her in bed. My dad also lived with us for 3 of those years with Parkinson's disease until he died of cancer. Elizabeth's dad, Frank, was also there for 5 of those years, all 3 of them at the same time. He had Alzheimer's and a broken hip, and he was bedridden for the last year of his life. When Mom died, we immediately called Father John and began reading the Psalms by her bedside. Father John and Matushka Jeanette arrived and took over reading while Elizabeth and I did what we'd done so many times before. We washed her hair and her entire body in her bed. We gave her a manicure and a pedicure. We trimmed her nose hair and her ear hair. And then we took the extra step of anointing her from head to toe with a special fragrant oil that we make ourselves. Next, we dressed her in one of her Sunday dresses. Then Father John and I lifted her and carried her into our front room where her casket was waiting. We placed her in it and continued reading the Psalms. Elizabeth and I handled the paperwork, hospice supplied the death certificate, and we filled in the blanks. And then I took it to the county Department of Vital Records. They recorded it, made copies for me, and issued a burial, removal, and transport permit. I returned to our home where we held vigil that night. In the morning, our sons rented a cargo van and came to the house. We loaded their grandmother into the van and drove her to the church where we had the traditional Orthodox funeral service. And then we carried her back to the van and drove in a caravan to Saints Mary and Martha Monastery, 2 hours away. We buried her in the monastery cemetery, filling the grave ourselves. It was a very intimate, personal, and loving way to care for a departed loved one. And once you've buried a loved one this way, you'll never want to turn them over to a professional again. Today we're going to expose many of the myths we've grown up with and ultimately prove that death as you know it is not natural and that it is nothing to fear. Brothers and sisters in Christ, we're all going to die. No one gets out alive. No matter how young, how strong, how rich and powerful, or how good looking you are, you can't beg, borrow, buy, or steal another heartbeat. No matter how hard I try, I can't force my heart to beat one more time. Every breath we take is a gift from God. The kingdom of heaven is at hand. It's only a heartbeat away. By now you've known someone who died unexpectedly. Elizabeth and I can tell you stories about just how wrong things can go if you don't plan ahead and leave instructions for your estate and for your funeral. It can cause strife in the family, and it will cause additional unnecessary stress for loved ones at the worst possible time. Please, do your paperwork. We'll talk about that in the next session. So what is death anyway? The dictionary says that death is the cessation of life in a person. So clearly, to understand death, we first have to understand what is life. Death is a lot easier to define than life is. I'm going to ask you to please try to forget all the scientific definitions of life that you've learned since you were a kid. We're going to try and get a little better understanding of what Jesus meant when he said that they may have life and life more abundantly. Everything that you and I have learned about life up to this point has been based on science, materialism, and for the most of us, a very atheist definition of life. Science seeks to reduce everything to the lowest common denominator, or the smallest particle. As Christians, we seek a much more expansive view. We seek to attain the mind of God, to attain a truly cosmic perspective of life. We accept the factual nature of science as it reveals the workings of God's creation. It's just that Christians are more interested in why we're here than how we got here. Albert Einstein said, "I want to know the mind of God. Everything else is just details." And that's the attitude that I've tried to adopt. Currently, all scientific materialistic definitions of life are based on one theory, evolution. Now, I have no great problem with the theory of evolution. Even if it's true, it's just details. I simply contend that there's far more evidence, both empirical and anecdotal, for the existence of God than there ever will be for the theory of evolution. To me, God is the only thing that makes sense. I don't believe that truth is relative any more than I believe we can make our own reality. It is what it is. I believe there is one ultimate truth to the cosmos. I believe there is one ultimate answer to all of our questions. Furthermore, I believe that truth is very real and very personal. Beyond being personal, truth is a person. The one ultimate reality of the universe, the one ultimate answer to all of our questions, is the person, Jesus Christ. So what is life? What we really know about life is what we know about God. What we know about God is that God is love. Love is a tremendously creative force. Just think of all the things that have been created throughout history. All the music, all the art, poetry, not to mention the children. I know a little bit about love. I've been married to the same woman for 46 years. I have 2 grown sons and grandchildren. So I know a little bit about love, just a little bit. But God is love. And when I think about the difference between what I know about love and the fact that God is love, it simply blows my mind. In God, love is unlimited and so powerful that it simply and quite naturally overflows in incredibly powerful creative force. The result of this outpouring of love is what we know as creation. So what is life? God is life. God is the source and font of all life and all that is. We don't really have life within us outside of God. We really don't. Do you think you have life independent of God? Many people do. My friends, not one person here has the power to force your heart to beat one more time. You can't beg, borrow, buy, or steal one more heartbeat. Every moment is a gift from God. All of his potent creative force culminated in the creation of mankind. We were created to be even above the angels, for he gave us free will. After he created man, the Bible says he breathed life into his nostrils. And I love that quote. It's a beautifully poetic description of the intimate relationship we were created to have with the living God. And you know, in our mass-produced consumer society, it's hard sometimes for me to really grasp the fact that I'm unique. Anthropologists estimate that about 100 billion people have lived on the earth, and yet there's not another you. You are unique in the universe. Even identical twins with precisely the same genetic makeup are completely different people. Before you were created in your mother's womb, God knew you in greater detail than you know yourself. You were alive in God even then. You are created to have a close, intimate relationship with your Creator, unlike any other being in creation. We are created to share in his love in a relationship so intimate, it's not possible to imagine. Every human being born since the beginning of time is a unique person with infinite value to God. Able-bodied, strong, and athletic, or disabled, like my friend with spina bifida. Intellectually gifted or not, every one of us is a unique union of body and soul, one creature, with a body handcrafted by God for our salvation. If God is love, and we were designed for an ultimately intimate relationship with him in love, then we were designed to be in God. Father Alexander Schmemann said that before the fall, all of creation was transparent to the grace of God. Every molecule, atom, and quark was completely full of the grace of God. How much more so was man? This is why the fathers teach that man was not created immortal, but he had the potential for immortality. Within the grace of God, nothing bad can happen. Had man chosen to, he could have lived forever in this ultimate relationship with God in love. So why did God give man free will? Precisely because ours is to be a relationship of love. Love can't be coerced. It must be freely given. You can force someone to pretend to love you, but you can't force, bribe, or coerce someone to really love you. Love must be freely given. This requires free will. God loves us so much that he gave us the option to love him freely or to choose not to. And we know what happened. We blew it. We chose love of ourselves over love of God. We chose to marry ourselves to matter in the form of food, clothing, and shelter, rather than to the living God who loved us enough to set us free. The very first act of man was disobedience, and our second act was murder. So in an instant, we found ourselves outside the garden. The garden is an image, a simple and poetic way of describing being enveloped in God, completely transparent to the grace of God, being truly alive where nothing bad can happen. Being cast out of the garden is a simple way of saying we found ourselves outside the grace of God. That ultimately intimate relationship was broken. We were separated from God, the source of life and ultimate communion with Him. Man, the pinnacle of God's creation, chose to deny the Creator and seek his own way without God. This break of communion sent shockwaves throughout all of creation. And it's important to remember that God warned us about this. Remember, He said if they ate the fruit, they would die. He didn't say He would kill them. He said they would die. It was a warning, not a threat. Just as you would warn a small child, don't touch a hot stove, you'll surely get burned. The fall was separation from God, but not unto death. Physical death didn't even enter the picture until much later. It was only when Cain murdered his brother Abel that physical death became a reality. As such, my brothers and sisters in Christ, I'm here to declare to you that contrary to all those worldly definitions you've learned, death is not natural. Death is a man-made invention. It's not created by God, nor did He ever want us to experience it. He knew it would happen and He warned us about it, but He didn't create it, and therefore death is not natural. What could be more horrible than one child killing the other? Can you imagine the horror of those first parents? St. John of Damascus tells us that this shows how even death is a blessing from God. If it weren't for death, we'd have to live with this same kind of horror and variations of it forever. This shows that no matter how badly we screw things up, God can take our mess and turn it to our benefit, if we'll just allow Him to do it. He even took our greatest curse, the curse of death, and turned it to our benefit. We're taught by the world that death is simply a natural part of life. It simply isn't true. Death is not natural. It's not part of God's plan for us, and if it's not created by God, then by definition, it's not natural. In all of history, only one person was born to die. That was Jesus Christ, and His death was specifically to destroy death forever. If God is life and death is not natural, then death, true death, the cessation of all life, must be complete and utter separation from God. This is true death, the separation from the source of life. This is what Christ came to put an end to. Before Christ's passion, this is exactly what death was. Death in the Old Testament was a place of utter oblivion, a total abyss of silence, deep darkness, and dust, pure nothingness, total separation from God. True death. You can find death described this way all through the Old Testament. This was the true power of death, the power to separate us from God. Now, I know a little bit about love, and I know that total separation from the beloved is an intolerable situation for love to endure. One of the worst things for any of us is to be separated from those we love. God is love, and in love, total separation from the beloved is completely unacceptable. Love goes looking. Love leaves no stone unturned, seeking the beloved. Love will do anything. He'll climb the highest mountain, cross deserts and oceans. He'll sacrifice himself. He'll break down the very gates of hell. He'll destroy death itself. Love doesn't rest until the return of the beloved. Now, I have to ask myself, why did he go to all this trouble? Why didn't he just start over? Well, you know yourself, love doesn't work that way. No matter what happens with your child, you don't give them back, do you? God is love. He couldn't turn his back on his lost beloved. We were deceived and separated from his love, and he could not let that stand. By his passion, death, and resurrection, Christ trampled down death and made it no longer the last great enemy, but the restoration and entrance into the life of blessedness for which mankind was originally intended. As Christians, we're not bound to this world of death. We're bound to our Lord, God, and Savior, Jesus Christ. Believers no longer live for themselves, but our life and death are in the service of the Lord. And seeing him in our neighbor, we serve him, love him, and care for him at every opportunity. Even though the prospect of death is still a very real, awesome, and frightening mystery, seeing him as creator, benefactor, and redeemer, we look forward to our heavenly birthday with anticipation and joy. You see, love doesn't run away. Love doesn't start over. Love pursues the beloved to the end to rescue and save his bride. You've heard the expression to move heaven and earth. Well, God moved heaven and placed it in the virgin's womb, and he destroyed hell to save his beloved bride, his creation, from death. Christ descended into those dark reaches of the Old Testament and brought a great light. He brought his light, his love into the darkest reaches of Hades, and offered it to all those who were trapped there from the beginning of time, all the way back to Adam and Eve. Any of those who heard him and answered his call were freed from oblivion and hell. And he rose on the third day. But that wasn't enough for God. God would accept nothing but total victory. After 40 days of talking and eating with over 500 of his earthly disciples, Jesus Christ, the God-man, ascended bodily to heaven, returning himself and his humanity back to heaven, back to the Father, to be seated at his right hand. In essence, he returned us, our humanity, with him to be seated at the right hand of the Father. He moved heaven and earth. Not only is mankind restored to the potential of that ultimately intimate relationship with God, but we have been raised even higher to be seated at his right hand. St. John of Damascus said, "That which had fallen to a place to which there was no place farther to fall has been raised to a place where there is nowhere higher to rise." You, my friend, are beloved of God. You are unique in the universe. He knew you from the beginning. He came, died, descended into hell, and destroyed the hold of death for you. Death is no longer anything to be feared. It's no longer an abyss of utter separation from God. For us, death, real death, no longer exists. Into the realm of darkness, a great light has shone. There's no darkness anymore. As Orthodox Christians, this is what we should be shouting from the rooftops and on the street corners. Can you imagine how different the world would be if everyone understood that they are beloved of God? Can you imagine how different our churches would be? My dad died at 84 in a hospital from pneumonia, a complication of cancer treatments. He was an Orthodox Christian all his life until the last few years. A very bad situation with a bad priest drove him from the church. And on the day he died, I sat with him and tried to get him to return to the church to make his confession and receive communion. I said, "Dad, God is a loving Father. He'll forgive anything. All you have to do is ask." And he looked at me and said, "No one ever told me that." 84 years an Orthodox Christian, and no one ever told him he is beloved of God. Now, what I'm going to say here might sound a little bit controversial, but contrary to what your parents taught you, and contrary to what you try to teach your children, you are the center of the universe. That's how important you are to God. For God, each and every one of us, is the center of the universe. You are uniquely created for an infinitely intimate relationship with God in love. You're baptized, washed in the same water that he created in his own baptism. You're anointed, blessed with Holy Chrism, receiving the gift of the Holy Spirit and made part of the body of Christ. You are nourished with his own body and his own blood. All this is done to you, the whole person, body and soul. the person he knew from the beginning, from long before your mother's womb. The person or personhood isn't found in the soul, and it isn't found in the body. It's the unique unity of body and soul. We are one person, body and soul. And the soul must be wrenched from the body at death. The body fights with all its might for every breath. We're hardwired that way. And it makes sense. If we weren't hardwired to fight for life, the species would have ceased to exist a long time ago. This is what makes our physical death so difficult, this wrenching of the soul from the body. St. Isaac the Syrian says that our body and soul are so closely linked in our person that the judgment can't even take place until after the resurrection, when the body and soul are reunited. We're judged for what we do, and all that we have done has been done in our body. The wrenching of this complete union of body and soul, breaking it apart, is unnatural. It's not part of God's plan for us. But we die not like those who have no hope, because we know the story. We know that our loving God, we know all that he has done for us, and we know we will be raised again with him, our bodies perfected, no longer subject to damage or disease. This is the ultimate truth. This is the essence of the Christian message. Christ is risen from the dead, trampling down death by death, and upon those in the tombs bestowing life. What more needs to be said? We're saved from the final terrifying enemy, death. God took our absolute worst screw-up and ultimately turned to our benefit. Death is no longer the loss of everything and the entry into nothingness that it once was. Christ is risen. If this is true, and we really believe it's true, then why do we still fear death so much? Our fear of death is the fear of the unknown. And it's cultivated by Satan to the point of seeing death as an hour of horror and suffering, and the judgment that follows is the terrible and unavoidable wrath of God. But there is a cure for the fear of death. St. John Chrysostom repeatedly emphasizes that our exaggerated fear of death is due to our insufficient fear of sin. He says we live a superficial Christian life. St. Isaac the Syrian teaches that as long as man is careless and indolent in this life, he will fear the hour of death. But there is a cure for the fear of death. The fear of sin and judgment abolishes the fear of death. If we feared sin half as much as we fear death, we wouldn't sin, and we would have nothing to fear from death and judgment. This is what the great monk St. Silouan of Mount Athos meant when he said, "Keep your mind in hell and despair not." The recipe for overcoming our fears and temptations remains the same as ever. Prayer, fasting, almsgiving, attending services, confession, and communion. Attentiveness to the condition of our own soul, and watchfulness. The rudiments of the faith. I know it's hard to believe it's so simple, and we've heard it a million times, but it is that simple. I bet that many in here would like to know when you're going to die. I know I would. Anyone else? The fathers universally agree that not knowing the time of one's death is another great gift from God. If we knew, we might be more likely to be deceived by the evil one into doing whatever we please, because we could always repent of our sins and receive forgiveness at the last moment. St. John Chrysostom asks, if we knew the time of our death, who would practice virtue? We don't know when the bridegroom is coming. We must be prepared at all times, that he might find our souls awake and ready to greet him. If there were any opportunity for any good to come from knowing the hour of our death, he would not have overlooked this potential good. The memory of death is one of the most potent and universally recognized antidotes for the fear of death. Imagine if we could live our lives every moment remembering that it might be our last. how differently would we live? The time for repentance and forgiveness of sins is now. None of us, not one, is guaranteed another moment in this life. Each moment is a gift from God. At any moment I may be called to greet the King, to stand before the dread judgment seat of Christ. Repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. It's only a heartbeat away. This is why the remembrance of death is so important. The memory of death leads to salutary sorrow, leading to amendment of our lives, which leads to the memory of God, which leads to joy and gladness. The other reason we fear death is because we associate the final portion of our life with sickness and suffering. So if God didn't create death, then it's clear he didn't create sickness and suffering either. Sickness and suffering are also a result of man's fall from grace and our rejection of God, just as death is. God is love, goodness, truth, and life. He still wants what he wanted for us all along. Peace, health, life, salvation, visitation, and every good thing. Illness, like death, is not natural. It's a negation of God's natural order, and therefore is evil and must be resisted. We must resist it with all of our resources available to us, both medical and spiritual. When sin sent shockwaves cascading through the cosmos, man's frail fleshly body became subject to all the maladies we're aware of today. Everything from indigestion to cancer, from sadness to madness. But like all things, including death, God has the ability to take the very worst about us and what we do to ourselves and turn it to our good, if we'll allow him to. Think about it for just a moment. When we have good health and all is well, we tend to become prideful and forget God. We start thinking, oh, my diet and exercise program are doing great. Or look at what a good business and professional career I've built. When illness and trials come, we return and once again rely on God. This is not selfishness on God's part. God doesn't cause illness and suffering just so we'll return to him. Not at all. The only true death is separation from God. You can be alive and healthy, vigorous, successful, and truly dead. Or you can be old and sick and dying and truly alive in Christ. Indeed, those who die in Christ are more alive than most of us here today. To die in Christ is better than to live a tempting and beautiful lie that leads to separation from God and true death. Good health is good, as it's the way we were before the fall. However, good health in and of itself is worthless to a person unless it's used with an aim toward the fulfillment of the commandments, the acquisition of virtue and the Holy Spirit, and to glorify God. St. Gregory Nazianzus says, "Know then how to despise an insidious health that leads to sin." Usually the one good thing we can say about death is that it's an end to the suffering. We pray for a painless, blameless, and peaceful ending to our lives. Often when confronted with the tragic, sudden death, the best we can say is, well, at least he didn't suffer. God loves us as a father. He doesn't want us to be sick or to suffer. One thing God will never do is violate our free will. By separating ourselves from God, we exposed human nature to all kinds of evil. Illness and suffering are not evil in and of themselves. The only real evil is sin, turning away from God. Inasmuch as illness and suffering can lead us back to God, and then illness and suffering can be to our spiritual benefit. In Christ, suffering is not removed, it is transformed into victory. The final defeat itself becomes the final victory, our entrance into the kingdom, and this is the only true victory. Human suffering endured patiently for and accompanied by Christ provides the ultimate victory and entrance into the kingdom. This is the only true, real, and permanent healing. The Lord said, from the days of John the Baptist until now, the kingdom of heaven has suffered violence, and men of violence take it by force. The battle with suffering, loss, and disease endured patiently for and with Christ, as well as the battle against the passions and sin, is part of the meaning of this passage. This is suffering as a redemptive act. Illness does not have the power to separate man from God. Only sin can do that. Through Christ's own suffering, all suffering has acquired meaning and is given power to become victory. Through Christ's passion, the defeat of man, the very fact of his death, has become a way to life, true life. In Christ, suffering and death are no longer a terrible, painful end, but a spiritual path back to the source of life, life more abundantly. If all this is true, and we believe it, and we say we do, then why in the world would we treat our earthly body with anything other than the utmost respect and reverence? If we are the body of Christ, then we should treat our body as if it were his body, and we should treat our body even as he would. Now there's someone here, or you know someone, who's considering cremation when they die. Orthodox Christians do not cremate. Only in extreme circumstances and very rarely is it allowed for us, such as in Japan, where it is an ancient custom and required by law, or perhaps in West Africa during the Ebola crisis. But even in the recent pandemic, it's not a good reason to cremate. But we're in the United States, and you can't have an Orthodox funeral service without a body. And bodies that are cremated are not allowed to have a full Orthodox funeral service. It's that important to us. Cremation is becoming so popular now that we must address it directly. It's phenomenal, and it's infecting even our own Orthodox population. This is a growing problem, and we must deal with it directly. Orthodox Christians do not cremate. Our bodies are not a waste product to be incinerated, dissolved, or just thrown on the dung heap. Our bodies are an integral part of who we are, of our personhood. They are handcrafted by a loving God for our salvation, and we are the body of Christ. Cremation is a violent act done to a child of God. Pacemakers, defibrillators, and any other battery-powered devices must be removed before incineration or they'll explode. The body is put into a cardboard box and put in a furnace. The burners are lit and the temperature is raised to between 1400 and 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. This is maintained for approximately 1 hour for 100 pounds of body weight. The burners are pointed directly on the body. You're not just heating it, but burning it like a blowtorch. This speeds the process. Time is money. The burning process can take up to 4 hours. That requires a considerable amount of fuel, and it's not as environmentally friendly as people would like to believe. But that's not all. Most people don't realize that bones don't burn. So what you're left with after hours of hellish temperatures is some ash and about 4 pounds of dehydrated, collapsed skeleton. For the crematory to hand you an urn of ash, they have to place the bones into a supersized, high-speed blender that crushes the bones into fine, sandy granules. And if you or a loved one are considering cremation, you might want to look at the videos of the process on YouTube. Most people consider cremation primarily because of price. I don't care what else they tell you, it's because of the price. And it can be cheaper than a full, professionally directed funeral, but I promise you, my mother's funeral cost much less. If you're really concerned about the cost of your funeral, we can show you how to have a beautiful, complete, and meaningful Orthodox funeral for free, or very nearly free. As Orthodox Christians, we've spent our lives trying to attain to the image and likeness of God. We've tried to attain meekness, humility, and love. We've tried to place ourselves completely in his hands, surrendering ourselves to his holy will. In the end, we place our body into his hands in the earth from which he made us. Maybe he'll preserve our body and future generations will have your relics to venerate. Maybe not. Regardless, it's his choice, not ours. If you choose cremation, it's your choice, not his. And you're choosing it in direct opposition to the teaching of his holy church. My friends, cremation is a prideful choice. In the end, we decide what happens to our body, not God. After a lifetime of prayer, fasting, humility, and service, why make your last act on earth an act of pride? On the other end of the spectrum is chemical embalming. Where cremation treats the body like waste, embalming turns it into an idol. It's a very pagan concept. The ancient Egyptians embalmed in an attempt to preserve the body for use in the afterlife. Well, we know better. We know that our resurrected bodies will be the same but perfected. And why would I want to have this same old broken body when I can have a perfect one? Modern chemical embalming is not only a form of pagan idol worship, it's simply a lie. No matter what you've heard, modern chemical embalming can only preserve a body at room temperature for 3 to 4 days. The processes of cell decomposition and putrefaction occur from the inside out. The chemicals used can only delay the process. Neither they nor the best stainless steel casket laid in a concrete vault can prevent the decay of the human body. Only God can do that. Modern embalming is even more violent than cremation. The eyes and mouth are sewn shut or closed with material similar to barbed wire. Tubes are inserted into the main blood vessel so the blood can be pumped out of the body and down the drain, while red-colored embalming fluid is pumped in. A long metal tube called a trocar, about that long, is inserted near the navel and used to puncture all the organs to release their blood so that it and organ tissue can be sucked out and washed into the sewer. Bodily orifices are plugged with plastic screw-like devices, and then cosmetics are applied. The whole package is dressed and placed into an overpriced box and put on display. The whole process is very disrespectful to a child of God. Chemical embalming was invented during the war between the states as a means to return officers from the field to their home for burial. In this short 160 years or so, it's become the traditional American form of funeral preparation. And yet, chemical embalming has been obsolete for over 100 years. Around the turn of the 20th century, refrigeration was invented. Refrigeration made chemical embalming obsolete. But embalming was already entrenched in the growing funeral industry. Embalming is what makes the funeral industry necessary. It's the only part of the funeral process that the average person can't do. Embalming requires a license. Anyone can refrigerate. OSHA lists about 260 chemicals that embalmers need to be protected against. Those chemicals eventually end up in the ground and in the shallow water table. Embalming is not an ecologically sound practice, no matter how environmentally friendly the embalmers say their chemicals are. Burial vaults were originally designed to contain leaking embalming chemicals. They should never, ever be used for an Orthodox funeral. The average funeral in America today will cost around $5,000 to $10,000, and these are old numbers. The one I keep seeing on TV is $9,000, so you know it's more than that. My father-in-law, bless his heart, paid $10,000 for his casket alone. He made his own funeral arrangements as he was slipping toward dementia, and the funeral director took full advantage of his condition. If embalming and cremation weren't enough, there's a host of funeral craziness out there and more coming. You can have your coffin emblazoned with the logo of your favorite sports team. Some folks are advocating having your body dissolved by heated alkaline chemicals and then just flushed into the sewer in a process called alkaline hydrolysis, which is now legal in California and I believe in Washington State as well. Washington State recently licensed the first human composting operation in the U.S. The big thing that's all the rage today is the funeral tableau. You can be embalmed and set up as if prepared by a taxidermist at your kitchen table, say, with a cigarette in one hand and a beer in the other, for your wake and for your funeral. Or you could have them seat you on your motorcycle or in your car. These have all been done. You can see them on the internet. Anything is possible, and the crazier the better, it seems. If you do choose the cremation route, you can have your ashes mixed in concrete to make reef balls to help build offshore reefs, or you can have your ashes made into a cultured diamond for your family to cherish in a ring or necklace. And I was surprised when I found out it's perfectly legal for families and churches to conduct their own funerals without embalming and even without a funeral director. We're so conditioned to think that there's a law against everything that we just don't think about it. Of course, the industry is more than happy to continue the myth. They'll tell you that the law says you have to hire a licensed funeral director. That's a lie. You have to be embalmed. That's a lie. If you're not embalmed, you have to be buried within 24 hours. That's a lie. If you're not embalmed, you can't have an open casket. That's a lie. If you're not embalmed, you have to be buried in a concrete vault. That's a lie. You can't transport a body across state lines without a license. That's a lie. You can't bury someone outside of a dedicated public cemetery. That's a lie. You can't transport an unembalmed body on a commercial airliner. That's a lie. They'll tell you a dead body is a danger to the public health and can only be handled by professionals. And that's just nonsense. Most bodies of people who die of natural causes are safer than when they were alive. This is even true of people who die of communicable diseases. And it's really just common sense. Think of the body as a container. When a person is ill, we breathe. They sneeze, they cough, their nose runs, the container leaks. When they die, all those things stop. The body, the container, holds whatever may have been inside. And unless the container is opened, the contents remain inside. Washing and anointing a dead body does nothing to violate the integrity of the container. It all stays inside. Except in the case of the most extreme diseases like Ebola, natural burial is usually safer than cremation and vastly safer than chemical embalming. Embalming does great violence to the body and even releases body fluids into the sanitation system. But we're asked to believe that it's safer than taking a closed container and placing it into the ground where a slow process of decay will naturally eliminate and release any contaminants into the soil and sand, which act as a natural filter. My point is this: you can have a truly beautiful, simple, completely orthodox Christian funeral just the way you want it, and it's perfectly legal and inexpensive. There are no federal laws restricting your ability to perform your own in-home or church-directed funerals. There are regulations meant to curb the abuses of professionals, but there are none that apply to private citizens. There are only 10 states that require any participation of a professional funeral director. Regretfully, Michigan is one of them. You can change that. You can change it.
Is Ohio?
No.
Oh, it's just one more thing.
Here it comes.
You can run into some difficult local regulations, but in 40 states, families and churches are free to conduct their own funerals with or without the assistance of a licensed professional. And why not? Death is as common as birth, and burial is nearly as common. Human beings have been burying their own dead since the beginning, and it's cheap. The only expense at my mother's funeral was $500 to dig a hole. Now that was outrageous, but it sure beat $10,000. When we performed our first church-directed funeral, we paid $700 for a coffin, only because it was an emergency and we didn't have one on hand. That was the only expense. We dug the hole ourselves. And as we were leaving the Medical University morgue the day of our first burial, the morgue director asked me into his office to sign the death certificate. That's the first time I ever signed on the line for a funeral director. And he said, "Mr. Barna, we've had Jews, Muslims, Hindus, and Buddhists in here. You're the first Christians." Imagine that. The fathers tell us that a Christian funeral should be simple, humble, and dignified. St. John railed against his flock for ostentatious shows of wealth and mourning at their funerals. St. John Chrysostom strongly criticized his flock for burying expensive clothes and jewelry in the ground when they could have been better used to feed the poor, which would build mansions in heaven for the deceased. $10,000 can buy a lot of bread. In our parish, when someone dies, we automatically assume the church family will take care of everything. That doesn't mean we must do it. It just means that that's our default position after 20 years of burying our own dead. There are many ways that we can work with families and professional funeral directors to get the family exactly what they want, and we never discuss money. We provide all of our services absolutely free of charge. If the family feels grateful for our services, they're welcome to make a memorial donation to the church. And believe me, they are very grateful. In closing, let's take just a moment to talk about the funeral. When a bishop enters the church, he stands in the middle of the church and is vested by his people in the midst of them. If you're not clergy, there are 3 times in your life that you will stand liturgically in the middle of the church: at your baptism or chrismation, at your wedding, and at your funeral. The deceased is carried into the very central place of honor in the church and placed with his or her feet toward the east, facing the altar as if he were standing in church. The traditional funeral dress is a baptismal garment, a plain white robe. We try to keep one on hand at the church in case of an emergency. Many people choose not to wear a baptismal garment. In that case, if they want to, they can purchase a traditional printed burial shroud or headband. Of course, many people just choose to be buried in their Sunday best. The funeral service begins with the great censing, in which the priest and deacon first cense the deceased, then they cense the altar and the people, and then the entire temple, circling the temple and all the people in a ring of rising fragrant smoke, finally ending once again censing the deceased. Incense is both an offering and a blessing. The great censing, while a simple and often overlooked act, is a great unifying movement of the church. The great censing encircles the entire temple and the people with smoke, which rises with our prayers, unifying us on earth with the church triumphant in heaven. It's an act in which the entire church offers and is blessed. As a unifying movement, the great censing always takes place at the beginning of the services. In the case of the funeral, this act indicates that our deceased brother or sister is not departed. They are still a full member of the church, awaiting the return of our Lord, God, and Savior, Jesus Christ. My friends, let's remember that the kingdom of heaven is at hand. It's only a heartbeat away. Let's also remember as we go forward today that death is not natural. Christ is risen, and he has restored us to the intimate, loving relationship he created us to have with himself and the Father in the Holy Spirit. And when our time comes to greet the King, remember, you can have a simple, beautiful, and inexpensive funeral just the way you want it. And please don't forget, do your paperwork. Christ is risen. Any questions about that? Father?
I have several questions.
You taking notes?
Yes, I'm sorry. So, I know you mentioned our beloved state requiring the use of a funeral director. That does not constitute, that's just pretty much signed paper. I just was looking at the Michigan laws, and it says that you have to use a funeral director, because the handling, disposition, disinterment of a body must be under supervision of a person licensed to practice mortuary science in the state. But that doesn't mean that they force embalming, right? It just means they have to be involved in the process.
No state in the United States requires embalming.
Okay.
None. All 50, you can be buried unembalmed.
And,
There might be one or two states that do have some requirement that you're buried quickly, but that is usually superseded by refrigeration, because you can refrigerate for as long as you want,
Michigan
honestly.
said 48 hours if it's not taken care of.
if you're not embalmed, but there has to be a provision, there should be a provision in there for refrigeration.
And what about, in terms of setting up, and I'm sure, does your parish down in South Carolina, does it have a cemetery?
We do, but we don't use it. That's a little later today,
Oh, I'm
we'll
sorry.
talk about cemeteries. But I think it's very important for us to have a cemetery. I know you have plans. And if, in metropolitan areas, it can be very, very expensive. And I think it'd be great for several churches to go together, buy a little piece of land, have a cemetery. We had a parishioner who was selling a farm, a rather large farm. So I said, Eric, you got a couple of acres you could donate? He said, I know exactly the 2 acres I'll give you. So we have it, but we just don't use it. Most people in our parish choose to be buried at Saints Mary and Martha Monastery, which is 2 hours away. But the benefit of being buried in a monastery is they pray for you every day. This is really nice. It's a very comforting thought.
Are there requirements by your state in terms of, okay, so I mean, it should be as simple as getting those 2 acres and then start digging holes? Or is that as simple as it is?
Well, in most states, you need to designate it. For one thing, it's not taxed. You designate it as a cemetery,
Okay.
and it's just a matter of marking it on the plat, taking it down, and having it recorded. In most places, I don't think you even have to have an official survey. It just needs to be marked on the survey plat where the cemetery is.
But it's not overly complicated?
No.
It's very simple?
It's
Okay.
not. I don't know about here. You know, you may have some municipal or county hoops you got to go through. We worked with a church in Pennsylvania that was establishing a cemetery at their new church. And the biggest roadblock that they ran into was they found out that a cemetery had not been established in that township for like 120 years, and they simply didn't know what to do. The township didn't know what to do. So we kind of helped shepherd through that process, and they got it done. But yes, it certainly can be done. It can be done on private property. This over here should not pose a huge problem. There are some neighbors over there, I don't know.
Well, we're working.
Yeah, people get weird about cemeteries, and of course,
And the
We
only
don't.
other question I had, and I'm sure this will come about a little bit later. So I understand the destruction of the body with, can you just describe or tell us the difference in funeral terms of, there's a lot of people that are pushing green involvement. What's the difference between a green involvement? We shouldn't do that at all. But I'm
Right.
just asking the question.
it's the same thing.
It's the exact.
It's just supposedly environmentally friendly chemicals.
Okay. But the process is the same.
Process is the same.
It's the same. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you determine whether the person has a contagious disease?
The doctors know that.
The doctors?
Doctors, yes. If you have a contagious disease, they're probably dying in the hospital and under a doctor's care anyway. So that's how you would know that.
Do they always determine that?
Yes. Yeah. They usually know what a person is dying of. Usually, not always. Father?
Yeah, pertaining to Michigan, because 3 years ago, I wrote to the River Board
This was the state.
This is a
This
state.
is in state regulation.
Yeah, it's a state regulation, because it says if you have certain diseases, and it ticks them off, you have to be embalmed. But then it says if you're being transported and that doesn't happen within 48 hours of death, then regardless of what these diseases are, that body has to be embalmed.
There's no provision for refrigeration.
Nope, and that's what I wrote them about.
Yeah.
I never got a reply.
Well, that needs to be changed, and it can be.
I mean, I think it's an interpretation, but who interprets the rule
Yeah.
is the point. When I contacted them and asked them that very question, well, what about refrigeration? Why does it have to be chemical? And are they talking about transporting a body from, hundreds of miles versus someone who may have died and is going to be buried, within a 10-mile radius of their
Right.
death?
Yeah.
But they never replied. And I contacted them more than once.
Might have a lawyer contact them. What this is purely an example of successful lobbying. That's all it is. They have been convinced that the funeral directors, there is a funeral board in Michigan, like all states have. The funeral board is usually made up of something like, depending on the number, 8 or 9 funeral directors and 1 citizen. That's the way these things are done. And when they want to write regulations, or they recommend changes to the statutes from this board who oversees, and what their job is to oversee funeral directors. It's not to oversee you, it's just to oversee the funeral directors. But they then are the authority in recommending to the legislature. And then they also consult with, probably, it depends on the state, the Department of Health, who is charged by the legislature with promulgating regulations which have the effect of law, which is a terrible situation, but that's where we are. Yeah. Unelected officials making laws. But all that can be changed, it should be changed, and I hope that it will be changed for you all in Michigan. The best thing to do here, find a cooperative funeral director. We're going to talk about funeral directors in the next session or later sometime today.
Can I make a comment on that too? And I knew there was kind of complicated laws in Michigan, and there's a very pious Roman Catholic funeral director here locally who's actually sponsoring lunch, and he's going to join us. And that was one of the things I was hoping to get out of this retreat, and maybe you can help us, is how can we work, if we have to, and forced to in the state of Michigan, what can we work, how can we work with the people that they're forcing us to work with in an equitable way that is, how best to start this? I'm sure this is going to be a topic later on, and he'll be with us, so I'm hoping we could.
Well, it is a topic later on, dealing with funeral directors, and it is, you are in a particular situation here because you're required to use a funeral director. Regardless of what the state has told you, I'll bet you he's got a refrigerator. I'll bet you he can refrigerate. He's licensed. And if he tells them, well, it's going to be 4 days, but we're not going to embalm, I bet it would be no problem at all for him. Whereas if someone wanted to strong arm, it might be a different situation for you. In most states, you can refrigerate yourself, and I don't mean putting them in a refrigerator. What we use is dry ice, and it works wonderfully. Yes, sir.
Well, the way that if he has the refrigerator, as you said, the regulations primarily are to regulate the activities and conduct of the funeral director, not the family. And if you have a cooperative funeral director, then that issue of the 48-hour rule is never likely to surface.
I'm pretty sure he can get. I'm pretty sure he can get away with it. And the 48-hour rule sounds like it's in there because everyone knows it typically takes 3 days to get everybody together to have a funeral. So the law is 48 hours.
I know, that's what I thought. 48 hours is really tight, and that's deliberate.
And Archbishop Dimitri, as you mentioned him earlier, lay on in repose in his cathedral in Dallas for 5 days. No one, absolutely no one, was aware of what it was taking. And I realize this is Archbishop Dimitri. I mean, I can't take any credit for it, though he was on ice for 5 days. It was 113 degrees outside. But of course inside it was air conditioned, but I mean, you never would have known. It was wonderful, it was beautiful. And we typically will keep someone on dry ice for 3 days, anytime. The hospital morgue definitely has a refrigerated unit, and a lot of funeral directors also have the same type of refrigeration, and you can arrange with them to keep a body.
I have a question in reading your book earlier. You mentioned today that man has a potential for immortality. In the book, you say that he had the potential to grow into the image and likeness of God.
Mm-hmm.
However, the sentence before, you said man was mortal from the beginning. And I didn't quite understand that. Was that because God knew that man was going to fall from grace? Or was he expected to live immortally?
Remember what I said last night? Don't write a book. Especially when you got a lawyer in here reading it. You can take that up with Father. How about that?
All right, I will do that probably.
That'll be corrected in the 4th edition. No, I'm kidding.
Anything else? Yes?
Can an average person become a funeral director? I mean, is it a series of tests?
Yes. It's a
'Cause
school.
we had a guy that we went to school with, and he's nothing special, and he became one. So,
No, it's
I mean,
it's
is it
nothing
just
special.
like
it's nothing special, but you have to have a license. So that means you.
licensing and testing?
There are each state has requirements.
Okay.
Now, why is that?
But do you have to be
Why do
associated
funeral
with
directors have to be licensed? Because the industry has always been sleazy. From the very beginning, it's always been sleazy, and it had to be regulated. And licensing makes the funeral prices go up. Not everyone can do it, so it's restricted.
Some licenses, you have to be like, actually like employed by
There,
that field to get, to
typically,
even be able, is this similar?
typically you have to go to school, and then you have to apprentice.
Okay.
And then there's an additional license for embalming.
Uh-huh.
Not all funeral directors are embalmers.
Uh-huh.
They're licensed to conduct business, but not to actually embalm bodies.
So is there like a minimum license that you have to get to be
Yes,
able to
you
sign
have to,
off for
in
us?
order to do it for profit.
What about if
See,
you just?
I've signed on the line for funeral director many times, but I don't do it for profit.
Right.
I don't accept money, and we never even discuss money when we're doing it. And as I said, people are more than welcome to make a donation. We save you $10,000. They're actually very generous. People will actually donate more than what they would have spent on the funeral. Yes.
How did this get brought up in your church? Was it your pastor that decided that they wanted to go forward with offering?
It was kind of a long story that I told last night, my personal story and the journey of how we got here. Totally by accident. No one would choose to do this. I don't think anyone would choose, other than the profit motive, which funeral directors have. I don't think anyone would choose to go around the country teaching people how to prepare a body for burial. Certainly not me. I was drafted. It was by a long lifetime, as I said very early on. I just really got the creeps thinking about this. It didn't seem right to me. I was working in a hospital, and I ran across some instructions on how to treat a Jewish body when they die. And I watched this video and said, well, that looks like what we should be doing. And did a little bit of research, and sure enough, that is what we should be doing. And I used to tell my sons, I said, when I die, after I found all this out, I said, when I die, if I can't be buried in an orthodox manner, you are to break into the morgue, steal my body, and bury me offshore. Yeah, Dad. Okay. And then, only after that, did I find out it's perfectly legal. All of that's perfectly legal. It's perfectly legal for my sons to bury me in my backyard in South Carolina, or to take me offshore and bury me at sea. Perfectly legal. And if you're a Navy veteran, they'll do it for free.
Let's take a little bit of a break before the next session.
One question real quick. Is there a requirement on autopsies?
There are some laws regarding that. And when we talk about our paperwork, you will see that on our paperwork, if you use the OCA's forms that we've created, there is a place in there that says no autopsy unless required by law. My wife has stories to tell about that when she was working in the hospital. And, fortunately, they don't do as many as they used to because everything's computerized now. And some doctors I've spoken with say there's really no need for whole body donations anymore for medical schools because the computer systems that they use for training are so realistic, you don't really need an actual body.
I do know that, I don't know about every state, but at least here in Michigan, I know one of the autopsy laws is required for anyone under, I believe, 26 or 27, requires an autopsy.
Even if they know cause of death?
What?
Any cause,
Age,
any
you're talking about?
any cause of, I believe any cause of death. Because we experienced that with a friend's daughter, so she
That's weird.
Cause of death.
requires.
I just want to caution anyone who wants to designate property for a cemetery. A church in Detroit tried to do that, and all of the surrounding homes voted against it.
Yeah.
So you really,
Yes, you
can't
can
just
run
buy
into that.
property.
Neighbors can block it. Neighbors can do that.
But that may very well have been due to the fact that they required a zoning variance.
Yes.
And if it's only zoned for single-family residence, for example, or similar kinds of situations, if you want to get a variance or a special use permit is another category that does require input from the surrounding community.
You have to be careful.
Okay, we'll take a break.
Ocean.
come up with any more questions during the break? I'm here. That first hour, I just like to plow through all of that and get that done. It's kind of set the tone on how we should think about death. But the rest of the day, feel free to interrupt, ask questions at any time, and we kind of like to let your questions guide us to where this thing is going to go, because there's so many facets to it. There's the legal, spiritual, practical. There's all these different aspects to the death care or funeral ministry, and whatever you're interested in is what we need to talk about. So what I have next on the agenda, still using what I do with your agenda. Okay. Sounds good. Do we have time for all that? I understand I went over. I took a lot more time than I should have. And I need to do estate planning and funeral care before lunch, or elder care. So, do your paperwork, do your paperwork, do your paperwork, please. We are full of horror stories of what happens when people die. Even the simplest thing, you've taken care of all your legal stuff, but one sibling says, well, mom told me she wanted this, and the other one says, well, she told me this. And you know, hopefully they can come to a consensus and an understanding and do the right thing, but write it down. Write it down and give it to them so everyone knows, even the people in your church know. And we're going to talk about some of that right now. If there are no questions, we'll just go right ahead. Number one, know the laws in your state. You're very fortunate to have a really good nitpicking attorney sitting up here up front.
That's redundant.
But honestly, that's a huge plus, a real bonus to have an attorney in the community who can read the law. I've read them. I've read every funeral law in South Carolina. Anyone can read law, but then sometimes you run into something you need to talk to an attorney about.
Jim,
So,
you're now the official legal representative of the St. Mary Magdalene Murder Ministry.
Well, just remember, I was a tax attorney, not a funeral attorney, but I can learn. I can learn.
as I said, anyone can read law. And that's what they used to call it. He can read law, you know. That's what they used to say in the old days. So know the law, know what you're dealing with. Particularly, we're going to talk about funeral directors a little bit later, but you really need to review that and talk with an attorney about that and work on those details. One of the first things that I learned, and it's important for your estate planning, talking about estate planning and funeral paperwork, you should have 2 owners on every account. That's the easiest thing to do, is make sure there are always 2 owners on every account. Husband and wife, or mother and children, or whatever it needs to be. There should be 2 owners, because when one owner dies, the other takes possession, period. It's yours. An example, we ran into a situation with some of our investment accounts years ago, and we were told, I can't remember the reason, we were told my wife and I could not be on this same account. We couldn't both be owners on this account. So, no problem. We took half of it she owns and one of our sons owns. The other half I own and the other son owns. So that's how we took care of that problem. And we're very fortunate, I may say this more than once today, how fortunate I am to have sons that are totally trustworthy. If I were to die and my other son took possession of that money, he knows it ain't his, and he's not going to run off with it. So we can do things like that.
That also applies to safe deposit boxes.
Yes, anything. It applies to real estate for sure. You want to have 2 owners on your real estate. so it doesn't go into probate. Never prepay a funeral. Never prepay a funeral. It's always a bad investment. Better to have a savings account that's set aside, and you can even put the name on it as Granny's funeral account if you want, whatever. But much better to save your money and get interest on it than to pay for something you're not going to use for 20 years and let them use your money and then perhaps not even be there when you need it.
They make them abscond with it and go out of business.
It happens all the time. It's always a scam. It's a legal scam, basically. The paperwork that you must have, you should have a will that designates what you want done with whatever your assets are. If something I learned in this process, if you have someone who is related to you and could possibly have a claim on your estate, if you don't want them to get anything, leave them $1. Leave them $5. $1 is sufficient, but name them in your will and leave them something. You can always put in your will, so and so is not to receive anything at all, but it's a little nicer just to leave them $1. But what that does is it tells the court, if they were to make a claim on your estate, no, she remembered him. He's right here. He's named right here, and he gets $1. That's all he gets. That's the only claim he has on the estate.
The Michigan law requires if there's somebody who would be a natural object of your bounty, like a child, for example, and you don't want that child to inherit, you need to specifically exclude them in your will in order to effectively disinherit them.
Right. Otherwise, they have a claim. You definitely need a health care power of attorney. Does everyone have their health care power of attorney? Oh, goody. Very good. You have to have that. What's a health care power of attorney? That gives someone power to make health care decisions for you if you cannot. If you are in the hospital, disabled, unconscious, whatever, they have the ability to make those decisions for you. And along with that, you have to have an advance directive for health care, or also called a living will. Both of these should be available online. Most states have these forms available, state-specific, online, but we also have them in the OCA package that will work for every state. What's a living will or health care directive for health care? You appointed a health care power of attorney and an alternate in case that person is not available. There's an alternate. The advance directive tells that person what you want and how they are to act on your behalf. And the details are in the forms. At what point do you want to withhold hydration and food? At what point do you want to be unhooked from the machines or whatever it may be? That's what the advance directive is. And it is a directive. It's not my final wishes. It is a directive. This is important in the law. I learned this in this process. Yes, Father?
Just real quick, do those have to be, the papers you have on your OCA website, does that have to be filed somewhere?
No.
So it just needs to be available that if something,
Yes.
But you don't want it like obviously like in your home safe or something.
You don't, what we recommend is that you fill it out and you give the original to your person who has power of attorney. You give copies to everyone who is concerned, your children, your siblings, whoever it may be, and they all have a copy. And it would be really nice, I know it's a load that is not needed, but I think it would be really nice if the church had copies of all the parishioners' paperwork, just for safekeeping, just so there's another place where it's available. Never ever put them in a safe deposit box. Don't put any of these important papers in a safe deposit box. because at the moment of death, the safe deposit box is sealed. No one can get in it, so none of these papers will be available. You also want to anytime you go in the hospital, you should have your healthcare power of attorney and just keep them in a file with you. It should have your healthcare power of attorney and your advance directive or living will on file at the hospital. Take it with you. You never know what's going to happen in a hospital. So take it with you and it'll be there.
Deacon, most hospitals, I think, will ask you either upon admission or have a social staff member come in, a case manager, whatever, and ask you if you have one or if you want to throw one out. But what do you think about the idea of making sure that your primary care physician and any specialist also has it? Because you may end up becoming unconscious and they may also need to know that you have this advanced directive.
Sure. I don't know how they would feel about it. Yeah, it's more paperwork.
I know that my primary care doctors asked me for mine.
Ah, well, that's good.
You can't put it in your record.
Right.
A lot of us don't even have a primary care doctor anymore. Yes, sir.
Should the original paper be notarized?
That is state specific. I learned through this process that what makes a large part of what makes a form state specific is the quote unquote formality of signature. Some states require signature, some states require signature and a witness, some states require a signature, 2 witnesses and a notary, or one of which needs to be a notary. So you will see on the forms that we created, it has the most formal form of signature on there, formality of signature. It is a notary. You need to know in Michigan whether a notary is required or not on these forms.
I didn't need a notary when I got mine done. I just needed 2 witnesses who were not my family or named in the document.
Well, the point is,
Yep.
And not a member or an employee of the healthcare facility if you happen to be in a healthcare facility at the time.
the point is that if you do have a notary, it's not going to be rejected. If you're in a state that requires a notary and you don't have one, then you're in trouble. So, yes.
The notaries here in Michigan, they all have seals that they put on that original
Yes.
document of perforation.
Yeah.
So, you know.
It's the same everywhere. Yeah, I was a notary. I did that just so I could notarize paperwork for the church for this. And a lot of people misunderstand what a notary does. A notary is just witnessing your signature. People would come in and say, I have this form, and start explaining their life story and why they, I don't care. I'm just making sure that the person who signs it is the person who the form says it is.
And can attest to it.
And if you have to, you ask for ID if you don't know the person. You can see your identification. You are the person who's signing. Okay, I'll witness that. That's it.
Okay, I don't know if you probably heard in the news, like there's a discrepancy going on with the Graceland estate for Elvis Presley because of the notary that signed the document for his daughter.
No, I don't know anything about that.
Well, I can tell you that in my legal practice, in every document that needed to be notarized, the notary didn't come in until after all of the documents had been explained to everybody, because the notary does not need to know
Right.
what is in the documents. They just need to know that you are the person
Who's
who is
signing.
signing the document that proved
It's-
it to them.
It's really none of the notary's business what the
That's
document
exactly
is, just
right.
that the person whose signature is on it is actually that person.
Father Deacon, just while you're speaking, I'm just gonna pass around if you've never seen it, the OCA's paperwork, which again is available at oca.org.
Yes, That's one of them. Which one is it? A Gift from My Loved One?
Yes.
That has all of these forms in it. Yeah, they're all there.
Wanted to take a look and pass it out.
They're all in the book here.
The next one you want to have is the Advanced Directive for Funeral Care. Many states now are putting a form for funeral care, an Advanced Directive for Funeral Care on their websites as well. It's becoming very popular. And this is where you would do the same thing. In our form, you name a power of attorney, someone to make your funeral decisions for you, and then you give them, we have a funeral planning form, And that's where you give them the instructions that you want to make sure. And it can be as formal as you want it to be, particularly with converts. We really would like to see all converts do this. Almost every one of these that I have done in the last 15 years, someone will come up and say, where can I get that paperwork? I know if I die tomorrow, my family will not allow me to be buried in an Orthodox manner. So important that it be there. There's no question about what it is you want to happen, and God forbid, but it could be enforced in court if it ever had to be, because it's a formal document. Durable power of attorney. Beware of durable power of attorney. It's a time bomb. Unlike your healthcare power of attorney, in which decisions can only be made if you're incapacitated. Durable power of attorney, someone has complete control over all of your assets and everything in your life, and you have to be really, really careful. If you are entering into the caregiver mode of life, you have an elderly parent who's coming to live with you, you must have their durable power of attorney. They must give you durable power of attorney over their affairs. Get it as early as possible. Elizabeth and I have been together for 46 years, and we have durable power of attorney for each other. We've had it for a long time. We figured, I should be able to trust her by now. But in a lot of families, that's not the case. You have to really be careful. Someone can take all of your money. They can do anything at all at that point. And at some point, if you're in the caregiver mode, or at some point in my life, we may need to have a do not resuscitate order. And it's supposed to be, the state, usually health department, has regulations on where it should be posted, but you want it to be wherever it's supposed to be, whether it's over the head of the bed or it's on the door of the room, wherever it is. Make sure that it's there, because if the EMS comes, they're responsible to do everything they can to revive that person. That's what they do. That's their training, and I think it's their legal obligation to do that, whether you want it or not. You have to have a do not resuscitate order there. Question always comes up about organ donation. You will see in the forms, and I don't recall exactly how it is, you'll see in there some references to organ donation. It may just be a checkbox, I am or I am not an organ donor. I was an organ donor for years and years. It was on my driver's license. I had that removed the time before that I renewed my driver's license. I think as Christians we can all agree that giving someone an organ to save their life is an act of mercy. It's a great act of mercy. I have a friend who recently needed a kidney and needed a living donor, because he was on the list, but he was looking for a living donor, and fortunately was able to find one, and it has literally given him a new lease on life. Very, very wonderful and good thing to do. The reason that I had withdrew my organ donation on my license is because the organ donation has become an industry. It is an industry, and it is a wholesale industry. Many years ago, I knew the head of the Tissue and Eye Bank of West Virginia, and we were good friends. Used to talk about this stuff all the time, and one of the reasons I became an organ donor. But it is a huge industry, and like all industries, Well, I mean, you can imagine the money that's involved in organ donation industry. The last time I checked, and it's been a while back, before the latest spate of inflation and craziness, a heart-lung transplant cost $1 million the last time I checked. Now, we have a 33-year-old father of 3 who was killed in a car accident and is an organ donor, and eye tissue, they could piecemeal out the body all over the country for millions and millions of dollars. And how much does the donor get? Nothing. That don't seem right. And
Unless you're in India.
and there are abuses. Very many times in these workshops, we have healthcare professionals who will stand up and say, "You're absolutely right, and you don't know the half of it." I've had organ transplant folks in the room take me to task on it, but I've had others come in and say, "Yes, you're absolutely right, and honestly, you don't know the half of it." The horror story, whatever you can dream up, it's probably happening somewhere. They do keep bodies viable on machinery so that they can harvest organs. They do that, and it's probably happening right here. This is what I'm opposed to, and all of my family knows, everyone knows. If I die at the medical university and there's someone across the street at Roper Hospital who needs my heart, by all means give it to them. What I don't agree with is just donating, becoming an organ donor and allowing them to take whatever they want, keep my body viable as long as they want, and make as much profit as they want. I don't agree with that at all.
But is there any way to become an organ donor in the manner in which you just suggested?
Yes.
Oh,
They will, if someone's dying in the hospital, they're going to come and ask you.
okay.
And someone mentioned here this morning that someone was dying and they came and were talking about organ donation. We have someone for your liver, for their liver. We have someone needs a kidney, and we have this and that. You can explore those possibilities. My wife is more than, she's as free to do whatever she thinks is appropriate. I understand as far as the church is concerned, I don't think there's been anything from the OCA regarding guidance on organ donation. I understand that the Patriarch of Moscow has blessed organ donation, but I don't know of any guidelines. I haven't actually read any. But that's my feelings on the subject. It's a great mercy, but it's also an industry, and it's actually, my understanding is it's a largely uncontrolled industry. And when you have industries without control, you know you're going to have abuses. It's just the nature of things. It doesn't matter what it is. You're going to have abuses. Other questions about that? Whole body donation is, that I wouldn't even touch that. And as I said earlier, my understanding is that it is much reduced these days, the need for whole bodies for medical schools and that type of thing. Yes, ma'am.
Are you saying you don't approve of insurance paying for the organ transplant?
No, I didn't say that at all. I didn't mention
That's what I'm
insurance.
asking.
Yeah, no, I didn't say
Because that $1 million will probably go to the hospital and the doctors.
Yeah, it goes through every step of the way. People are
That's
making
okay?
Should they do it for free? Sure. I'd be happy if they did it for free. I'm also, people should be paid for what they do. I'm friends with the physician who started the heart transplant program at the Medical University of South Carolina. So I understand, I know a lot of medical people, and they're all great people who do really vital work. But there's an awful lot of money in it, and anywhere you have a lot of money, you're going to have some unscrupulous people as well. But as far as the money's concerned, my pet peeve is the donor gets nothing.
Or even gets charged. Wait a minute, are you talking about the organ
Oh, no, I'm not, I
Africa
don't,
or-
that's a whole nother issue. That,
Okay,
that
you're
kind of
talking about the United States.
yes, yes, talking about the United States.
You're talking about there's an underground.
No, it's not underground. It's very much
So
above
that's-
ground, but it's
paid by
unregulated.
insurance, or it's paid by Medicaid or Medicare.
We all pay for it.
That's what I mean.
We all pay for it.
Yeah.
Everyone pays
So
for
it's paid.
Right. Yeah,
The transplant.
I didn't say it was being done for free. I said that it's being abused. There are abused. There are abuses. There are abuses in the system, is what
Well,
I'm saying.
that's whoever controls the payment system. In other words, Blue Cross Blue Shield and.
But how does it affect you? Is the question. And that's what I'm talking about.
You think I
Yes.
should be paid for giving an organ?
I don't want to get into that. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm explaining why I am no longer an organ donor in the wholesale sense of organ donation. I think organ donation is a great mercy. It's a good thing to do. I would have happily given my kidney to Father Thomas. But I don't think that a person's body should be just chopped up and piecemealed out around the country.
So what about young doctors who have to learn how to perform surgery?
My understanding is that now that the computer systems that they work on are so good that they don't really need whole body donations as they used to. They may still need them for certain things, but not nearly as much as they used to. Yes, Father.
I just was looking, I just was curious about Michigan.
I hate the internet.
I know, I'm sorry. I was just about this Michigan, so like, is that it's above ground and everything, the sale of organs and stuff, but it's not really the sale of organs, it's the medical procedure to put them back into people that cost them money, because it's illegal to buy and sell organs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's the
Why?
process.
Why?
To buy and sell organs?
Yeah,
Because it's,
why?
it's immoral, I guess, I don't know.
Is it moral to take a 33-year-old father of three's all his organs and his family gets nothing? That's the only reason I mentioned money. The only reason I mentioned money is because where there is money, there will be abuse. And the fact that the donor gets nothing and his three children that he's leaving behind get nothing seems somewhat immoral to me.
Yeah, from the medical practice.
Yeah. It needs
But
some.
on the other hand, if we're giving in mercy, then I don't expect anything in return for what I'm doing, because I'm an organ donor. So if my organs are going to get taken, I don't want anything back, because that somehow mitigates what I'm doing in freedom.
That's a decision we all have to make.
You know, that's
But-
saying I want something for what I'm giving, then here I'm giving this, but I want that back, and I don't.
Well,
You know, that's my personal decision. You know, I know a priest's wife in our diocese who works at Life Bank, you know, in Cleveland, and knows what she goes through because I've, you know, heard the cases she has to deal with at Metro Hospital in Cleveland. But, I mean, yeah, I know there's money, but if I'm doing it, if I want to be an organ donor, I'm doing it expecting nothing in return. I don't care if anyone else is making money, because that's not my business.
And let's be clear, I did not say I want to be paid for my kidney. But there is huge profit in the organ you need to be aware there is huge profit in the organ donation industry. And they do a lot of things that are being done that you would consider immoral in that industry. So, I do not want my body to be wholesale given to the industry. If someone in the hospital or nearby or wherever needs my heart, by all means, give them my heart. That is my that's what I started with, and that's my point. And everyone has to make their own decision when the time comes. And you need to give some direction to your family in this paperwork or otherwise, a codicil or whatever you want to write. They need to have some direction on how you feel about it. Yes, sir.
Well, I guess I would draw back on the picture a little bit. Is organ donation on the same theological or eschatological basis as either cremation or embalming?
I would think not. But
So that, then that makes it more of an individual decision.
Those
As
organs
opposed
are being
to-
taken care of, not destroyed.
in lieu of, yes,
And making it.
they're not
again,
being
as-
destroyed.
As opposed to destroying.
In lieu of
Exactly.
any direction from the Holy Synod, then yes, it's a personal decision.
Okay.
I would love to have some,
So I guess there's whole body donation. That's not what I'm talking about.
no,
Right.
I'm talking
Well-
about organ donation.
Right.
as an organ donor, if I have on my license I'm an organ donor and I'm killed in an accident, that means harvest my organs. That's what it means to the medical community and to the law. It means harvest my organs. That's why I took it off of there. So that is whole body donation. Is the whole body goes to the medical school for dissection, for training physicians or whatever. Organ donation is very much the same thing. They will take whatever tissue and organs that they can harvest, and they will do whatever they can to keep them viable as long as they can, including keeping people on machinery, keeping their bodies on machinery while they harvest other organs.
And they don't like that term, harvest.
Yeah.
They like the term retrieve. I'm just telling you,
Okay.
someone inside works as.
It used to be harvest,
They do not
terminology.
call harvest.
Yeah, terminology changes all the time.
I'm telling you what someone who I know presently works in organ donation with Life Bank. You know, I see Life Bank license plates, and she says, we do not say harvest. And people in the news say it, other people say it, that's not what we say. And I understand that you have to keep someone, you can't let organs die if you're gonna transplant a heart. You have to keep organs going to some degree. But again, because you're gonna get a body to be buried at the end. You know, it's not, a whole body donation.
Well,
In my advance directive, I could say, these are the things I want in my
Yes,
donation.
yep.
These are the organs I'm willing to donate.
And here's what I'm
This
not
is-
willing to donate.
This is my point. It's your decision. We're kind of getting sidetracked onto a debate, which is really not a debate, because it's your decision. I'm telling you my feelings and what I have learned, and you get to make your own decision. You
But
can
we're
do
only
it.
hearing your point.
The most,
We're not hearing a counterpoint like someone from the organ donation, from Life Bank.
go talk to the Life Bank. What I am telling you is write it down. Do your paperwork. It is at this point, with no direction from the Holy Synod, it is your decision. You write it down. Work with your attorney if you need to find out what Michigan law is regarding organ donation, and make your own decision. And I don't think you're going to burn in hell if you decide not to donate anything. I really don't. But make sure that the people who can make that decision for you at the time know what it is that you want. And you should find that in our forms, but maybe not in as much detail as Father would like to have. So you can always take care of that in another letter. Yes, ma'am.
So I've never learned this, so what happens to the rest of the body? You have a whole body donation and it's used for this, that, and the other thing. Then what? But there's always gonna be remains of what happens.
Sometimes returned to the family, sometimes cremated. Run into the same thing with autopsies. I have been told by healthcare professionals that if an autopsy is not required, don't get one. I have been told by funeral directors, if you're asked to prepare a body that has been autopsied, don't do it. It's not a pretty picture. They're not cared for in a respectful manner that we would like to see. And you would have to check with whatever authority, whatever hospital is asking for the donation, and go through those details at the time. Which, of course, is the worst time in your life to actually have to ask about legal matters and look for details.
That might help someone make
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
That might help someone make their decision as to whether or not they want to do a whole body donation.
It is information that you should have, yeah, sure, yes. Yes, sir.
You've given me some light here, it's some of the stuff you just said, but my concern is this. Being raised as an Orthodox Christian, having the sacraments, our whole body is sanctified with the body and blood of Christ, every organ, everything. So, as an Orthodox Christian, for any of our organs to be donated,
You're sanctifying other people. You could look
if
at
it goes to another person, but we don't have that control, do we?
Well, no, he's saying
We
you do have that control, but if you just mark, if I'm understanding you correctly, if you just mark yes on your license, you don't have that control. If you actually write it out in the directives of what you want to see happen to your body after you die, you do have control. Is that correct?
That's right.
It's my understanding, yes.
Okay, but now, I'm getting back to like the license though. You can't make an exception if you wanna be a bone marrow donor. That would go on your license.
Or donate blood.
Well, I donated blood, but I mean, whether donating blood or bone marrow or stem cell,
No, there's only
that's separate.
there's only one thing on your license. It says yes or no or no.
Yes, that's on your license,
But you have
that's
to then go to
all.
the state law where that is authorized for the Secretary of State to do that. And this, I haven't checked it, but I'll bet you there is something there that sets guidelines on how that process is to work.
So,
It's not just a blanket, say, medical professional, you can do whatever you want. It's only under what the state law says can be done because they've authorized you to check that box on your driver's license.
okay, so in these forms you got here, there is a form there where I can designate if any of my organs are to be, requested to be donated only if it goes to another person. And you're saying that can't be, we can specify that?
Sure, it's not on the form in that way. As I said, you can handle that with an additional handwritten letter or whatever you want on there. This is what I want to be done. This is what I direct to be done. And I need to talk about that for a second, but you would handle that yourself. These are forms that are for everyone. If you want more detail in there, go ahead and add it in. And it'll be signed and notarized and it will be, the instructions will be there. My main point is do your paperwork, write it down so everyone knows what it is that you want. Yes, ma'am.
And I don't know if this is a consideration, if you're familiar or not, but I know a girl who donated her eyes, her husband did when she was killed, she was very young. And he was charged afterwards for the medical stuff that was not covered through their insurance.
Oh, really?
So he was left with quite a bill, and I don't know if you, Father, would know maybe a little more about that, having direct knowledge of a donation site. But he was left with quite a big bill. So I don't know if that's a consideration in
It's-
writing down
Sure, it's a consideration, absolutely.
Should check that
to
out before you go.
say.
But if
Find
it
out
would've
if you're
been a
gonna be
bill-
charged
It
for
wouldn't have been a bill for the organ, it would have been a bill for the doctors that put it back in.
Yeah, it was a bill that.
No, the bill's for the doctor that took it out. I'm sure that's what it
Well,
was.
but, yeah,
Because
yeah.
of,
But it would be illegal to say, you know, to have on your, you know, to have
That's-
eyeballs on.
That's like adding injury to insult, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, that definitely is a hot topic that you guys can struggle with. Father, you're gonna have a lot of fun over the next few
No,
weeks.
it's interesting, I guess my big concern was just learning about, you know, I was always taught that some states, if you just mark a blanket yes, it's whatever goes. And then some states, if you put, but you could, it was exactly what you said, you could do your paperwork and expressly state exactly what you want, right?
Mhm.
So, but if it's an anything goes situation, I don't know, I'm not 100% comfortable with that.
Right.
Myself.
Yeah, no, I'm not at all. I don't think that that's the way that After all I said this morning, I don't think that's the way our bodies should be treated after death.
As an act of mercy, yes. As an act of science, no.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so the problem is if you check for organ donor on your license, which I took mine off some years ago, the problem is, you know, if I was to say pass in a car accident immediately, they got my driver's license before they know even any paperwork that I have, they could have already started taking stuff up and doing stuff to your body.
I don't know what the
before
legal
your paperwork
implications, yes.
would come in.
Theoretically, but I don't know what the legal limitations on that are. But
Right.
there should be some, I would
But they
hope.
want right away to get those organs while they're fresh. And that's the thing is you don't know, and like my thing is, like if I'm in the hospital and something would happen to me, my son, my daughter, husband, whatever, they know, hey, if there's somebody there, my heart or something could save this other person, fine, let them have that organ, close my body, then do my Orthodox funeral. If I
Right.
can't have an Orthodox funeral, go bury a hole in the woods somewhere and put me out.
I would like to mention just quickly, the genesis of all this, why did we do this, all these papers. There was and there still is somewhere out there, there was a package of forms that came through that someone brought to us, and it's called 5 Wishes. You may see it sometimes, the reason I want to mention it to you. And the you know, some of our bishops looked at it, and some of our people in the OCA said, well, that looks like a good idea. The whole idea was to make estate planning paperwork, this paperwork, less threatening and easier to do. So it's called 5 Wishes. This is what I wish when I die. And they thought, well, this is a good idea. It was Roman Catholic. We don't necessarily agree with every little jot and tittle in here, but maybe we need to do this for the OCA, for Orthodox Christians. And since my father, confessor, and spiritual father serves on the Metropolitan Council of the OCA, who do you think they called? So I got with my attorney, and one of the first things I learned from my attorney is wishes are not enforceable in court, only directives. So you will notice the language on our forms is, I direct that this be done. I direct that that be done. And that is a very important. The other thing that is not in 5 Wishes that's extremely important is a HIPAA release. It doesn't matter what you want, it doesn't matter what language you use. If you don't release the hospital and the doctors from all liability, they're going to do everything they can to save your life. The HIPAA release is to release healthcare professionals from any liability regarding your death if that's what you want. Okay, can we talk a little bit about elder care and care for the dying patient is really, I think, the most important part of this. But this is usually my wife's part of this presentation, and I'll just go through it really quickly. You know, if you've ever had kids, you know what it's like to be a caregiver, right? It's 24/7, 365. If you're thinking about becoming a caregiver again in your 50s or 60s like we did, it's 24/7, 365. You have to know that going in. 1 in 5 Americans is a caregiver. And as I mentioned earlier, we had 3 parents with us for 6 years, thereabouts, in all different stages, and we went through the whole thing. When we were married, one of our earliest conversations as a married couple was, well, I have a brother who hasn't spoken to me for years, and she said, well, I have 4 siblings, and they're all substance abusers or crazy, and we know we're not going to have any help with our parents, believe it or not. At 26 years old, we're talking about this. So from there until it actually happened, we had all that time to plan for it. And we sold our house. We moved into the hood where we could get a larger house with that needed an awful lot of work. And you have to think about these things. Am I going to be able to do this? If you're talking about caring for a spouse, we have a dear friend of ours, the matriarch of our parish now. She's 93 or 94, but her husband was ill, and here's this tiny little lady going to take care of George, who's, he's like this. And everybody knew that she couldn't do it, but she didn't. So you really have to think about these things. What if he falls? I mean, you can't even catch him to keep him from falling. So think about all of these things. With many diseases like cancer and other terminal disease, you can call hospice, you can make plans, and you have more or less a known, relatively short period of time that you're going to deal with the situation. With dementia, people don't get sicker by the day, they get sicker by the inch, and it's almost imperceptible. You can see the stair steps, but a lot of times you can only see those stair steps in hindsight of what's happening. It's really hard to plan, it's really hard to know what to do. When do you take the checkbook away? When do you take the car away? When are they no longer safe to stay in their home? These are all decisions that you have to make. When my mother was finally diagnosed, we realized that she had had dementia for 10 years before she was finally diagnosed. It creeps up on you. It just sneaks up. And then all of a sudden, you're in a mess. So we were really fortunate that we had that time to plan, and we had been thinking about it for a long time. If you're waking up at night to help a loved one to the bathroom, or you're arranging your schedule around medical appointments, you are a caregiver. You already are. And many people think, and some will try to convince you, that caregiving is a duty that's handed down to the eldest daughter or the youngest son, or by relationship or an obligation, and it's just not true. Even in marriage, it's not true. It's a huge decision to take care for a loved one in your home, and you need to take your time and make sure that you can do it. There are many questions you have to ask, and learn as much as you can, and don't take no one can do it alone. No one. We had an absolutely perfect situation. We went looking for a house where her mother died. We looked at our house and said, well, we know we're going to have Frank eventually. Where are we going to put Frank? It was a 2-story house. Bedrooms are upstairs. You got a living room, dining room, and family room downstairs. Where's he going to go? Living room or family room? Where are we going to put him? That kind of thing. You have to look around. And you have to, what kind of safety measures can you take to keep them safe in your home? Is your home going to be safe for them? Our home would not have been safe for Frank. And you have to grant yourself the mercy to say, no, I can't do it. I have a full-time job, I have children, whatever it is, I can't move, whatever it may be. You have to grant yourself that mercy to say, I can't do it, or I can't do it anymore. And you have to know when that time comes. It's the hardest thing you can ever do. A lot of times, and we've seen it in my own family, and with friends, and with parishioners, the social interaction and the activity and all the liveliness that goes on in a healthcare facility is really, really good for a lot of people. It's really good for them. They get to do things that they wouldn't do if we kept them at home. So think about it a lot, do a lot of homework, and let go of the guilt, as Elizabeth says. Don't feel guilty about it. You do the best that you can do, and as long as you know you're doing the very best that you can do, that's all that anyone can ask. One of the good things to do is to develop a visitation ministry. if you probably already have one here, I wouldn't be a bit surprised. That is the first step in a funeral ministry. We always say that that's the first step. To have a visitation ministry for people who are shut in or in the hospital or whatever the case may be. In a lot of churches, you'll find that there's someone who's already doing that. There's that person who, if someone's in the hospital, they're there. Or they're calling them on the phone if they're homebound, or they're going to visit them. Some people just do that. That's not me, but it's wonderful that we have people like that, but it's also nice if the church can take that on as a ministry and see that it's getting done. You know, as the church grows, the priest can't keep track of everybody. And he needs parishioners to say, well, you know, so-and-so went to the hospital the other day? No, I didn't know that. As the deacon, I keep the prayer list. And that really torques me when people go to the hospital and don't tell me. You know, what is it? You don't want us to pray for you? Seriously? So a visitation ministry, I think, is a really, really important ministry and a good first step. You know, and everyone would prefer to die at home. About 80% of people want to avoid hospitalization at the end. We don't want to die in the hospital with the tubes and the bells and whistles and everything going on. But it actually only happens in about 20% of cases. If you're thinking about this journey or you know someone who is, please remember, hospice is not a death sentence. Hospice is wonderful. Can't say enough about hospice. If you haven't experienced it, they do a wonderful job. Clients very often graduate out of hospice and come back. What happens when a physician certifies someone for hospice care, they get all these additional health care benefits. They get, see if she's got them listed here. They get all kinds of nursing care, social services, physician services, spiritual support and counseling, home health aides to provide personal care and grooming, trained volunteer support, physical and occupational and speech therapy, respite care, inpatient care, and bereavement support are all part of hospice. And very often, my mother went in and out of hospice 3 times because the level of care goes up so much. It's very, very often that people rebound and then they come out of hospice. So this happened for my mother 3 times. Hospice is not a death sentence. Don't be afraid of it. So many people think that because one of the requirements is that a person is expected to die within 6 months. They think, oh my goodness, if I agree on hospice care, that means she's going to die in 6 months. No, 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 no. That's not it. That's not it at all. Yes, ma'am.
You're talking about hospice in the home.
Either way.
You don't have to go to a facility.
Right.
You can still do it in the home.
Yes. And most people prefer that. I haven't experienced anyone going to a residential hospice who rebounded and came out. But that doesn't mean it hasn't happened. I'm just saying I haven't experienced that. That would seem like more an end stage. But most people would prefer to die at home surrounded by their family. Father?
Well, yeah, I was just thinking, when I first came here to Michigan in the end of 2006, there were residential hospice places. I don't think of one of them that I visited are open anymore as hospice in-house. There was one in Goodrich, there was one in Davison, there was one in Flint Township,
Really?
and there was one more, and they are not in-house hospice centers anymore.
Really?
Okay, Livonia, because there was one in Goodrich, you know, that's not, whatever it is, it's not in, because I visited people there. Most hospice that I've encountered has been in-home hospice.
Hospice has changed quite a bit, but it's still a great thing. When Elizabeth's mother died, hospice was all volunteer, and it was nonprofit, and it was wonderful. Still very important. I think you probably even get more services and help with hospice today. probably because there's more money involved and they have more to deal with, more money available to them. Most hospices in our area are for-profit today, but still, very good service.
Necessary.
Yes. And more than 40% of Americans die each year in hospice now. Well, that's good. But only 11% of those people had a primary diagnosis of dementia. Dementia patients are underserved by hospice. You also have with the dying patient, care for a dying patient now is what we're talking about, is you have to deal with pain. And from the very beginning, the church has appreciated the pain and distress can bring the dying to temptation and despair. St. Basil the Great spoke about approvingly of physicians and pain management. And understandably, irritability resulting from pain might make it hard to talk and hard to share your thoughts and feelings. So we have a new science today of palliative care. And the whole point of palliative care is pain relief. And it's very important for people suffering from chronic diseases, cancer, and of course dying patients. So that's really, really good that we now have people who their whole specialty is understanding pain and how to deal with it under all different circumstances. Elizabeth likes to tell the story of Mother LeBeau. I hope I'm not running out of too much time. She's very good friends with the mothers at Saints Mary and Martha. And Mother LeBeau was dying of cancer. She was particularly close with Mother LeBeau. And she asked the abbess, Mother Thecla, please let me come and help you. There's only 2 other nuns. There's 3 total and one's dying. And she said, no, we're going to take care of this. We're going to handle it ourselves. With her sisters, we're going to take care of it. And she kept calling, and finally one day she called, and Mother said, please come, please come. She knows we wrote the book, and we've dealt with all this stuff. And she asked Mother, how much pain medicine are you giving her? Well, we're only giving her about half what the doctor prescribed because we want her to be lucid and be able to pray and all of this. And Elizabeth said, absolutely not. You give her everything the doctor has prescribed. If you've ever known someone suffering from chronic pain, I know, I have known people who carried a pump, like an insulin pump, but it was a pain pump. It was morphine or one of those. And we're still driving and doing everything they needed to do because the pump, even though they were on constant pain medication, it just took the edge off. So don't be afraid to follow the doctor's orders. Give them the medication that has been prescribed for them. We all want to be lucid and able to pray at the end, but you have to be somewhat comfortable to be able to do that. So Elizabeth got there. They gave her the amount of morphine that was prescribed for her, and she was very agitated, but when they gave her the right amount, she calmed down. She was able to pray through the night, and she died the next morning. So Mother LeBeau was a former Roman Catholic, and they prayed, and my wife is also, and they prayed the rosary all night. End-of-life care also includes helping the dying person manage any mental and emotional distress. Someone nearing the end of life who is alert might understandably feel depressed or anxious. So encouraging conversations about feelings might be helpful. A dying person might also have some specific fears and concerns. He or she may fear the unknown or worry about those left behind. Some people are afraid of being alone at the very end. And this feeling can be made worse by the understandable reactions of family and friends. For example, when family and friends don't know how to help or what to say, sometimes they just stop visiting. You can't do that. Visitation ministry is important. Someone who's already beginning to grieve may withdraw. And this can add to a dying person's sense of isolation. This is where the parish visitation ministry can be very helpful to the dying, bereaved alike. Throw something in here. If you don't know what to say, if you don't know what to do, read the Psalms. When you see me on my deathbed, please read the Psalms. That's the one thing I want. The simple act of physical contact, holding hands or a touch or a gentle massage, can make a person feel connected to those he or she loves. And people nearing the end of life may have spiritual needs as compelling as their physical concerns. Spiritual needs involve finding meaning in one's life and ending disagreements with others if possible. Do what you can to make those things happen. Tell a person how much you love them, how much they meant to you. Let your loved one know how important they are and how much they mean to you. Family and friends who can't be present could send a recording of what they would like to say or a letter to be read out aloud. Share memories of good times, and this can be comforting for everyone. Always talk to, not about, the person who's dying. When you come into the room, it's a good idea to identify yourself by saying something like, "Hi, Frank, it's Josh. I've come to visit." And it's been shown that hearing is the last sense to go. So, even when a person is otherwise unconscious or comatose or whatever, certainly non-responsive toward the end of their life, they can still hear. Be careful what you say in the room. If you need to make funeral arrangements, go outside and make the funeral arrangements. Feeding tubes and hydration. This is very important, folks. Feeding tubes and hydration can increase the level of pain and discomfort in a dying person. Hydration produces the rapid rise in ketones. I'm sorry, that's a nonsensical sentence that I put in there. The human body is a wonderful thing, we all know that. And if you think about it, an awful lot of people have starved over the history of humanity. The human body has its own way to deal with difficult situations. And when hospice professionals know exactly the stages that people are going to go through, it's amazing how accurate they are in saying today's the day or tomorrow is the day. It's coming very quickly. There are signs. The body, when a person is ready to die, the body starts to shut down. The first thing, they stop eating. Elizabeth tells the story with her mom. She thought if she could just keep her mom eating, she would keep her alive. Wrong thing to do. When the body begins to shut down, first thing it does is stops taking food. If we force food with a feeding tube or whatever, you're increasing the level of discomfort, and it causes them discomfort. As the body begins to shut down, the second thing that's going to happen is to stop drinking. And these are triggers for the body to create endorphins that are natural analgesics to ease the pain of, I hate to use the word in here because people misinterpret, but it's the body's mechanism to deal with starvation, the pain of starvation. We create these analgesics that stop it. Well, this is the body saying, I'm done, and it goes into, quote, starvation mode. Don't get the idea that you're starving them. Don't do that. Don't get the idea that you are starving your parent to death. That's not what's happening. This is the natural process. And if you interfere with that process by inserting a feeding tube or an IV to hydrate them, you're inhibiting the creation of these natural painkillers that they want and need. Is that clear? I hope I'm not confusing you.
Is it sort of a leave taking of the spirit?
Well,
instead of calling it starvation.
Well, it's the natural process of the body shutting down.
But like you said, the terminology.
But it's the same mechanism as if, yes.
About pain, a doctor told me just the opposite of what you're saying. To put my father on a feeding tube.
Yeah, that's the wrong thing to do.
Because no, his situation was different from my mother, who was on a feeding tube and also other things. But they both died in their own home,
Mhm.
and he was correct. When hospice came into the home, the very first day, took his blood pressure, saw the urine, everything, and he died right after the priest gave him
Mhm.
communion. So the doctor was correct. I fought it, but the doctor was correct. I gave in, and he was only on for a very short period.
No, thank God for
It
that.
was the opposite with my mother.
Also, medications. When my mother was clearly entering the process of dying, first thing we did, guess what? Took her off cholesterol medicine. Why does she need cholesterol medication when she's actively in that process of dying? There is a process. It's definable. It's recognizable. Hospice professionals know it. And when that process starts, they will tell you, yes, the process has begun. We need to do these things. So there's no reason to have a bunch of medications, and they'll tell you what those might be. Antibiotics, for instance. Pneumonia used to be called the old man's friend. And if they're loaded up with antibiotics, they can't get pneumonia and die peacefully in their sleep. So that's why pneumonia was called the old man's friend, because someone could just peacefully die in their sleep. Yes, sir.
Hearing what you're saying, like, I don't feed them through a feeding tube and all that, but my mind is beginning to wonder, what's going through the person when they're on a life support system? Are they still in pain or not?
You'd have to talk to somebody
I don't know.
in that business. I don't know about
What's the
that.
difference with a person on life support system as opposed to?
If they're on life
feeding
support,
somebody
they're,
through a tube, right?
well, I'm just spitballing. If they're on life support, I would think they're on all kinds of medications, and probably pain management is part of that. That's what I would think. If they're on, by definition, if they're on life support, they're in a hospital, and they're probably on all kinds of medication.
Because one of the main questions for the survivors is that they see somebody on life support is, when they want them to decide whether to take it off or not. I don't know.
Well, it's in your paperwork. It is in there. It literally is in there. And when I'm in this condition, I want food and hydration withdrawn. I do or do not, it's just a check mark, I do or do not want every extraordinary measure to keep me alive. I do or do not want to be on a respirator. All that is in the paperwork. You need to look at that. That way, you make those decisions, and you're giving the person with your healthcare power of attorney direction on how you want to go. Okay? You look doubtful.
I'm not afraid of death, but I'm certainly afraid of how I'm going to die. Okay?
Well, remember, sickness and suffering are a road to victory. So
A road to what?
just go with Christ.
A road to
The road to victory. So we have to travel that road with Christ, and however it happens, as honestly, I feel the same way. We all do. Trust me, we all feel the same way. But as long as I'm going through it with Christ, I know it'll be okay. Whatever it is. I've already been through a lot in my life. I've lost everything twice. And as long as I'm going through it with Christ, I'll be okay. Because this life isn't even what matters, is it? Not really. Yes, ma'am.
I'm just thinking, the trick is to know, is this the time or is this not the time? Like, you might give those kinds of interventions earlier on, 6 years earlier, when there's something that's like, oh, we just need to get blood pressure medication
Sure, yeah.
regulated.
As
So
long as there's hope.
there-
Yeah.
there are
Yeah.
times for it. You're not saying that there's never
No.
an occasion for those things.
Not at all.
It's just, once the body is actually ready to go, let it go.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Your you're being called to greet the king, then be thrilled and greet the king. Turning and repositioning a person in their bed, very important to keep them moving. We had air beds that changed all the time and did all that. My mother was in bed for 5 years. She never had a bed sore. The only time she got close to it was when we put her into a facility, a nursing home, so we could go away. And we did that, tried to do it like once a year after a while. Elizabeth will tell you, when you're making the decision on whether you're going to do this or not, don't expect any help. You know, don't expect it from your family, don't expect it from your church. When you're making the decision, decide whether you can do it all or you can't. If you get help, it's a bonus. It's a bonus. We were very fortunate in that our parents had very good insurance. They had veterans benefits. They were able to hire, we did it for them obviously, but they were able to hire help. We had we had 3 parents, and we had 2 ladies who came in. Took a long time, it took about a solid year to find the help that we needed. Went through a bunch of people. But we had 2 ladies who came in and took care of them during the day, and then Elizabeth and I had the night shift after that. Elizabeth quit a very lucrative job in order to take this on, and it was rough. Speaking of turning a patient, massage and touch and whatnot, we were asked to speak at Dartmouth College several years ago, and we were part of that weekend was we were on a board with a bunch of other death care people, and one of them, he was a therapeutic massage professional, and he was specializing on massage for critically ill, dying patients. And we thought, wow, that's really neat. I wish we'd known you, you know, when the parents were still with us. Boy, we wish we'd known you. So we talked with him a little bit, and he said, I just had a really, really rough day. And before we went up on stage, I said, really, what's wrong? He said, well, one of my long-term cancer patients scheduled her death for today. I guess it's New Hampshire, I think, has euthanasia now. And Canada, with Canada's, you're close enough to Canada, you probably hear all about Canada's problems with euthanasia up there. And how it just sort of creeped in. Well, we're not going to, no, we won't do that, but now we're doing it. And 20% of U.S. states have legalized it, at least at the last writing here. There's a bunch of them. Another little statistic I can throw out, which I forgot this morning. I just heard a few weeks ago that the cremation rate in Washington State is not 49% anymore. It's 78%. 78% of the people who die in Washington State are cremated. And now they have human composting, which is fascinating. And along with euthanasia, and I'm sure you've heard this from Canada, goes organ harvesting or retrieval. Do we have any questions about that? Looks like lunch is here, if we're ready. Any? Okay. I hope that helps if you're in this situation. It's a lot of things about the dying process are very different from what I would have thought before we went through all of it. So. Oh, I do want to recommend to you along these lines a really good book by my former spiritual father, who's not in the States anymore. Father John Breck wrote a book, The Sacred Gift of Life. Talks about a lot of these things. He is a noted Orthodox bioethicist. So you can consult him on any of those questions that I'm not qualified to answer.
Title again was what?
The Sacred Gift of Life.
Do you remember when that was published? Is that in the
When? No, it's been
80s,
quite a
90s?
while.
Quite a
Yes,
while.
I would say
B-R-E-C-K?
B-R-E-C-K, John Breck.
B-R-E-C-K?
B-R-E-C-K, John Breck, B-R-E-C-K. I'm sorry, I'm really stuffed up today.
You're Michigan. You're the
I
swamp.
was gonna say, stick around, Michigan a few days later, sinus problems.
All right, we'll transition to lunch here.
Shabakan Lacheyabai Ula Talan Lanesiona Ella Pasan Mebisha Metol Dilakumal Kotha Uhaila Uthesh Bukta Amen.
now I've gotten in a conversation and I can't remember what they were. The HIPAA, I touched on HIPAA. The HIPAA release is part of that paperwork. It's not anything separate. It's actually right in there, and you will read it where it says, I release the physicians and all health, everyone involved from any liability regarding my decisions. They're going to want to put me on a feeding tube, and they're going to want to put me on a respirator. I'm telling them, and I absolve them from all liability. It's right in there in the paperwork. It's not separate. Yes, sir.
Speaking of that HIPAA thing, before you can even enter a hospital, they make you sign that.
You do have, yes, you do have to sign, but this is, you need to sign this. Because their default position is they are going to do every life-saving measure that they can take to save your life, whether that means you're on a respirator for all eternity or not.
So you're saying we have a choice of signing?
Absolutely.
Yes.
So if we don't sign it, we can still be admitted?
No, we're talking about two different things. That's why I said this is different. This is where you're talking about your end-of-life care and when you want machinery to be involved and when you don't want machinery to be involved. You're giving them a release from any treatment they may do. This is giving them a release for not treating you. Maybe that's a good way to make the distinction. There was something else. Somebody else had something. I said, please remind me of that. Yes. Those forms, you may want to write this down. We did the forms. Those forms have been vetted by the OCA attorneys, the Synod. They are approved, and they were posted on the OCA website, and they promptly buried them as deeply as they possibly could. You can't find them. You have to search, go to the OCA website and search a gift for my loved ones.
I will link it in our post-retreat email too.
And another gift for my loved ones. And you'll see why it's called a gift when you read the inside letter that is to your family. It is a gift, because it says right in that, I'm doing this hard work, so you don't have to. Because this is hard work, making these decisions. I'm doing it now so that you don't have to. And any questions you have, if for some reason you're going to have a link, so that's great. I can send you the link. You can contact me anytime. My email is protodeacon. They made it as long as they possibly could. I would never have done this. Don't blame me. It's protodeacon@orthodoxcharleston.org. orthodoxcharleston.org. So this afternoon we're going to get into the nitty-gritty of what y'all came here for. Imagine that. That's why we save it for last. I guess I'm doing okay. Everybody's still here. That's the only way I know. Everybody's still here. Yes, sir. Oh, okay. I still can't find my agenda thing. Here it is. How to prepare and organize. Okay. Asking me how to prepare and organize a funeral ministry for your church is like another question I often get in these sessions is, how can I talk to my parents? I can't tell you how to talk to your parents. So it's going to be, it's your church. Everyone's different. You're going to organize your community the way you organize your community. There are a few things that we think need to be taken into account and a few steps that need to be made. One is the visitation ministry, which we already talked about, and that really, really is important in really good. We were talking about that a little bit. Some things that are going on with visitation ministry. Two things to remember when you're thinking about this ministry. It only takes 2 people to prepare a body for burial. In your entire community, if you only have 2 people who are actually willing to lay their hands on a dead body, you're good. That's all it takes. And if you've ever washed a baby, you can do this. It is the simplest thing that you'll ever do, but it is so powerful. It is incredibly powerful when you see it done, or certainly when you do it yourself. We have received several converts because they watched us prepare their loved one for burial. There's just no way around it. It's an act of love. And to see people who are actually willing to do this to someone who is they're not related to can just really blows people's minds.
I've only been present at the dressing of a priest and bishop for burial, and they're reading the prayers of the vestments. What is done with a layperson? Is it just the reading of the Psalms while this is happening, or
There's a we have a service for everything.
right?
As Father Hopko used to say, your mule falls in the well, we have a prayer for that. But I could not find a service for the preparation of a body for burial, which really surprised me. So we, with consultation with our priests and whatnot, we put together a service. It's in the book. And that. The first step is get the book. What I did was I got the book, I cut the binding off of it, and then I comb bound it so it can lay flat and open. Makes it easier to handle in that situation where you want to just lay it down and read it. But yes, it's set up just like any of our other services. Starts with the Trisagion, Psalms, Epistle, Gospel, more Psalms, Epistle, Gospel. The service is about 45 minutes, and providentially, it takes about 45 minutes to prepare a body for burial. Sometimes longer, sometimes shorter. We did select the Psalms in my own weak understanding and as Psalms that, it's in there, I explain it, that it may provide some comfort and guidance to the departed. So that's what we're doing. I mentioned this morning maintaining the files for your parishioners. That's something to consider. The last person you want to ask about anything regarding a funeral is a professional funeral director. That is the last person you want to ask, including asking what are the legal requirements. That's probably the last question you want to ask the last person is about the law. It's probably a good place to tell one of my wife's favorite stories. I mentioned that her dad paid $10,000 for his casket alone. Well, between the time that he actually paid for his funeral and the time that he died, he was chrismated. So he's an Orthodox Christian now. And when he died, my wife went down to make the final arrangements and everything, and she saw everything that they had sold him. I don't know if you've ever been through this before. If they could have sold him mourners, they would have sold him mourners. They sold him an organist and flowers and everything they could possibly sell him. So she went down and she's ticking it off. She's going, don't need this, don't need this, don't need this, don't need this, and he's not going to be embalmed. Funeral director looks at her and says, oh, he has to be embalmed, it's the law. She says, no, it's not. He says, yes, it's the law. She looked at him and said, would you please show me that law? If you're quoting it, you should be able to show me the law that says my father has to be embalmed. And he hemmed and hawed. She said, there is no law, is there? He said, no, ma'am. He said, well, cut the crap, let's get on with it. Let's get this done. Her father just died. This is my wife. So a few years later, a good friend and parishioner died. His family had a terrible time dealing with it and practically begged her to go to help them go to the funeral home and help them make the arrangements for his funeral. And they went through everything, and they got to the point where, yeah, he's not going to be embalmed. Oh, he has to be embalmed. It's the law. And my wife just said, would you show me that law? The funeral director said, oh, Mrs. Barna. From that day forward, we've had a really good relationship with this funeral home. They know we know what we're talking about. They know we know the law. And when I call, it's, Father Mark, what can we do for you today? Like any other business. We don't treat funerals like we do any other business. We don't shop. We don't ask for a price list, which they are required to give you. We don't do any of that. We just go where our family's been going or where someone said to go or whatever. And we buy what they sell us. They want to sell us a package. They'll give you a choice between the $10,000 casket and the $12,000 casket, but they're not going to tell you that they got one over here for $7,000. You have to ask for it. They're not going to tell you, well, we have a Jewish casket, which is a plain pine box, for $1,200. They won't tell you that. They're going to sell you what they want. It's like they're operating a business, but we don't treat them like they're operating a business. And that needs to change, and the way that changes is by knowing the law and laying the groundwork ahead of time to talk with the funeral directors, get their price lists. As I said, they are required to give you by law. The federal funeral rule requires them to provide it. You may have to actually go in to get it. They should be willing to provide it to you over the phone or by email or fax, but they may not. I don't think it requires them to do that.
Are vaults required?
Understanding cemeteries, then we're into a different realm. Cemeteries are also, no, it's all part of it. Cemeteries are also a business. Someone goes by and buys 10 acres and creates a cemetery. They're operating it as a business. It is a commercial cemetery. And as a business, they have the right to require whatever they want to require. As a consumer, you have the right to go elsewhere, just like any other business. You don't have to accept it. But it's a very difficult time of life. Reference my friend who begged my wife to come down and help with the funeral arrangements. And it's wonderful to have a ministry in the church that people know they can call. They're telling me this. No, let me go with you. Let me talk with them. I know them. I've dealt with them before. I'll talk with them. The absolute I've been doing this a long time. I've known more horror stories and more funeral directors than I care to think about. And in these sessions, I usually always end up saying, I'm sure there is an honest, conscientious, professional funeral director out there. I just haven't met him. I can't say that anymore. I met him 18 months ago in Houston. He was in a group larger than this one, and after my morning talk, he came up and said, Mr. Barna, I'm a funeral director. Oh, great, here we go. And he said, everything you said is the truth. That's exactly the way the funeral business works. He said, I wish that I could deal with just Orthodox Christians. You people do it right and you understand. And that's when the bell went off in my head, and I realized, I never really thought much about the funeral director because it'd always been a pain. But yeah, he's in business. This guy has to deal with gangbangers and every other, whatever you can imagine, he's got to deal with them. And he really wished everyone was Orthodox and he could deal with us. So he stayed the whole day. And he spent the rest of the day during the breaks telling me how tough it was to be a funeral director and what he had to deal with. And I appreciated that, and I also can no longer say I've never met one, because I have met him. I understand you may have one, and I hope that's true, and you guys can, he understands and will do what you need, and he'll have the business of, 5 or 6 churches that are represented here, maybe? Yes.
The priest at Holy Trinity in Detroit used to be a funeral director, Father Lev Kopenstein.
Father Lev.
Yeah, he was a funeral director. He's now our Orthodox priest.
Yeah, we have a priest in South Carolina, well, actually in North Carolina, Father Andrew. He's my go-to. I mentioned this morning about, I received a call from a parish somewhere on the East Coast that had a person who had to have an autopsy, and they wanted to know if they should try this. So I called Father Andrew. He said, absolutely not. He said it's not pretty. They don't put them back together very well, and he said, call the professionals. That's another question that always comes up. What about a terrible accident? There's a time when you just have to say, I'm sorry, we're going to call the professionals. That's all we can do. And we experienced that one time. Beautiful young lady was killed in a mid-morning, high-speed motorcycle accident, and her skull was crushed. And when Father called me on the phone, and when he described what the funeral directors were telling him, or what the morgue was telling him, I said, I think we should let the funeral directors take this. So, autopsy, then you have to just make a judgment call as regarding an accident, anything like that. So funeral directors, just treat them like a business, and let them know that you know what you're doing, and you're not going to accept anything else. Also know, we talked a little bit this morning about regulating agencies, and the funeral directors write the laws. Well, happens on a federal level too. They wanted to make the federal, federal funeral law. Is that what it's called? Anyhow, these regulations, these are the only federal regulations regarding funerals, and they're to regulate funeral directors. Requires them to provide you with a price list and different things that they have to do. So when they decided that we really needed this, the Federal Trade Commission decided they needed a funeral rule. That's what it's called, the funeral rule. Who did they go to formulate a funeral rule to govern the funeral industry? They went to funeral directors, and they wrote the regulations. So unlike any other business that's regulated that I'm aware of, on top of everything else, the funeral director has the right to charge you a basic services fee. In other words, in any other business, this would be called overhead, and it would be figured into the price of every good or service that you pay for. But no, they get to tack it on top of all the goods and services that you pay for. And it varies from locale to locale. Last I checked around us, it was around $1,500. So if you say, I just want you to pick him up at the hospital, bring him to the church, they're going to charge you $1,500 basic service fee, plus a charge for the rental of the van that brings him and the personnel.
It sounds like in Michigan, we're kind of stuck to pay that.
Well, try to, get the best services you can get. If you can negotiate with them, that's great.
We've got some Romanians that can do that.
Well, one thing I like to mention too, I know everyone here is still here, and you're definitely interested in this ministry. This is not something you're going to do every day. It's not something you're going to do every year, most likely, depending on the demographics of your parish. We had a funeral this year. We did not have one last year. We have, right now we're having about 100 to 110 communicants on Sunday, size of our parish. I called, in writing the book and preparing this to talk about this, I called my former parish priest in Charleston, West Virginia, the large Antiochian cathedral there, one of the largest Antiochian churches, and I asked him, Father, what's your average funerals that you do? This is a huge, huge church. And it was 12 to 13 funerals a year is what he did in that huge church. So that was just to give me a benchmark of what the max probably was. So we'll go 2 or 3 years without a funeral. We did have 1 month where we had 3 in 1 month. That is hard. Emotionally, spiritually, that is really, really hard to deal with. But that's very, extremely rare. I don't ever expect to see that again. I certainly hope not. But it's not something you're going to do all the time. It only takes 2 people, and if you've ever watched a baby, you can do it. So in laying the groundwork, you need to know the law. I mean, everyone in this room can read it. It's on the internet. Every state's complete code of laws is on the internet. You can find it. The law will probably refer you to regulations, which are put out by the funeral board, and you have to read those as well. I did this in South Carolina. I read every statute and every regulation related to funerals and cemeteries. I got to the end of it, and the very last line said, "These regulations do not apply to church and family funerals." They are only to regulate the industry. In South Carolina, they are only to regulate the industry. The only regulation that applies to everyone is the depth of the grave. In South Carolina, the top of the container, the casket, the top of the container must be 12 inches below the surface, except in the low country where I live on the coast, and it can be level with the surface. So that's the only regulation in South Carolina regarding me. Talk with the coroners, talk with your county coroner. I don't know how many counties you might be involved in. Oh, please remember, if you have parishioners in multiple counties, cover all the bases. I ran into this. We had a parishioner dying. It just never occurred to me. He doesn't live in Charleston County. He lives in Berkeley County because it's just right there. And when I showed up at his house, and he died at midnight, and we called the coroner to get a burial removal and transport permit. It was midnight on a Saturday night. Who do you think was on duty at the coroner's office at midnight on Saturday night? The low man on the totem pole. And he was not about to do, I had not laid the groundwork, had no idea I was coming. There was no way he was going to release a dead body to some guy that called him on the phone. So think about that. Look at where your parishioners are, particularly when you know someone is dying at home, and you're going to have to serve them over there. Everybody remember, oh, we got to check with that coroner. So talk with the coroner. Let them know what we do. The easy shorthand for dealing with bureaucrats and healthcare workers is it's just like the Jews and the Muslims. We do it just like Jews and Muslims do. They understand that. They don't understand Orthodox Christian from nothing, but they understand Jews and Muslims because they deal with it all the time. So tell them, I'm an Orthodox Christian. It's just like Jews and Muslims.
From a preparation and burial standpoint?
Just from dealing with them, you know, when you're talking with the coroner, they understand Jewish and Muslim traditions, and they're used to dealing with those. And they now we're on common ground. We can talk. Tell me what you expect from me, what's going to happen. Actually, I've done this. I called the Berkeley County coroner. You will be at least, hey, I'm in the South. Hey, how you doing? Very, very helpful. I hope that will be the same here. I suspect there's not a whole lot of people that call the coroner to chat and ask for help. So they were super helpful with me. Spent a lot of time explaining what their protocols are, what will happen. Of course, at the time I had 3 elderly parents living with me. Also called the Emergency Management Service and asked them what I'd do when a hurricane comes. So they explained everything to me, and we went through what the procedure would be if one of my parents died in the home, and what I could expect. And if they were in hospice, they didn't have to worry about much of anything because hospice would take care of most of that. So then I said, well, let me ask you one more question. If I'm out cleaning the gutters and I fall and break my neck, what do we do then? And that was a whole nother conversation. So, but they were happy to tell me, you know. Same thing with healthcare facilities, whether it's a nursing home, assisted living, hospitals, whatever it is, touch base with them, find out, you know, just for my general information, what are the protocols? You know, I'm a priest here at St. Mary Magdalene. If I have a parishioner in your hospital who dies there in your hospital, what can I expect? What are your protocols when someone dies? And so you know what to expect, and they know what you would like to do. And you just have a conversation with them. Just let them know that you care, and you're not trying to argue with them, because that can often happen. If they're not prepared and you're not prepared, you can often end up in an argument, which is the last thing we want, because we don't win. We do not win the argument.
Which person in the organization at that healthcare facility should you look to get a definitive answer as to what their protocols might be?
You probably have to ask them that. I'm really not certain. That's a very good question. It's a very good question. I deal primarily with, at the Medical University of South Carolina, I deal primarily with the morgue director. He's retired now, like myself. I'm going to have to get a new contact there. But very, very helpful, because they know everything regarding a death in the hospital, and it might be a good place to start. I don't know.
Because I'm sure you run into the fact that there are some people who love to give you an answer, but you can't depend on it.
Yeah.
And others who can give you a definitive answer,
Not about
don't want to give you one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or something about hospitals.
Well,
corporate owned.
You may have some healthcare professionals in your churches that you can look to for guidance with that too, or you just got to start poking numbers, you know, start calling and see what you can find. Through that process, you hopefully will be able, or just make sure you talk with the hospital morgues and find out, you know, our parishioner died. And you can do this when someone's in the hospital, but it doesn't hurt to start the process early, because things can happen as an emergency and then we're caught short. When someone dies, you know, I have a parishioner in the hospital. When they die, what's your process? What's going to happen then? Because we talk in the book about an initial preparation in the hospital room, which is great if you're there. But even at that, they may not want you to do that, so we need to find these things out. Through that process in Berkeley County, which, again, here's what I did after the guy was like, I have no idea what you're talking about. I called the director at the MUSC morgue down in Charleston, which is in Charleston County, and asked him what I should do. He said, oh, Mark, I'll call you back in about 5 minutes. So he called the Berkeley County coroner, who's very familiar with him, and told him what was going on. And he called me back and he said, no worries, I've called a transportation company. He's going to transfer the body to me at the morgue, and you come down here and I'll transfer him to you. And that's what we did. What is a transportation company? Funeral directors very often do not transport bodies themselves. They call a transportation company. So instead of the $1,500 fee to have the funeral director tacked on with the rental, or tacked on to the transportation company charge, They called the transportation company. It cost $150 to have him transferred from Berkeley County to Charleston MUSC morgue. From there, we were able to transport him ourselves. That's going to be something you're going to have to talk about, negotiate with your funeral directors, is what are you going to charge me just to pick somebody up at the morgue and bring them to the church? You can prepare a body right here. You have everything you need right here. No problem at all preparing a body right here or anywhere else you want to do it. You just have to have the legal right to transport that body. And it's more difficult here in Michigan than most places where I've been asked to speak. In South Carolina, as I said, we take the death certificate, goes to the Department of Vital Records. They give you a burial, removal, and transport permit. It's a good piece of paper. We want that one. Because we don't want people just willy-nilly transporting dead bodies in the trunk of their car, right? So this gives you the authority if you're stopped by the police for whatever reason, broken tail light, and they find a dead body in your van. This is my authority to be transporting this dead body.
Did they charge for that legal?
Is there a charge?
No, there was not in my, it's different everywhere, but in my jurisdiction, no, they didn't charge for it. They do charge for copies of certified copies of death certificates, and the next of kin or the executor is going to need those. I just went ahead and got a dozen. At that time, they were $2 a piece. I just went ahead and got a dozen of them, and we used them all. Some, like newspapers for the obituary and some other things that you have to deal with, will accept a Xerox copy of a death certificate. Others want a certified, real death certificate, and you can get those certified copies wherever you get that. A lot of states now, most states are trying to get online death certificates, so there's not really a hard copy anymore. And I did read, and correct me if I'm wrong, because so someone here knows more about Michigan law than I do. I read in my reference books that the funeral director is the one who has to file the death certificate. So you have to go through him for that service, which it's all just abominable to me. Look into research cemeteries and funeral homes. We already talked about that. Cemeteries too. Yeah, kind of think about, you're going to have one here, but are there other cemeteries that you're going to have to deal with? Remember, they are businesses and they can do whatever they want and require whatever they want. Never, ever use a vault. It is possible. There is another device called a liner, a grave liner, and that is 5-sided instead of 6-sided. It doesn't have a bottom. There's only 2 reasons to use a vault, and they're both money. One is it's something else they can sell you, and 2, it makes lawn maintenance easier. There's no divots in the ground because of subsidence, and that just makes it much easier. Time is money. A liner still provides a lid to keep the ground from subsiding, but it's open to the ground. So what we want to happen is for body fluids to flow out of the casket and into the ground. That's what we want. That's the first thing that happens when a body dies, is the cells begin to break down, lose their integrity. We are, 90% water or whatever, and it's contained in those cells. So as the cell walls break down, water comes out, and we want it to flow out into the ground. We don't want it to be contained in a vault. They are horrible. Archbishop Dimitri, the only damage that happened to Archbishop Dimitri's body, is really phenomenal, was caused by the vault. And it's kind of a story. I explained it to him while I was there. Man, we really don't want him to be in a vault. We really don't want this. It has to. He bought the place and they're requiring a vault. So Vladimir Subdeacon Vladimir and I went in late at night and drilled 4 holes in the bottom of the casket so that it could at least get out of the casket. But when we opened the vault, his casket and his body had been in 100% humidity for 5 years. There were puddles this big on top of the casket, puddles of water, which the only source of the water was his body fluids that were not allowed to rain out. When we transferred his relics to his new casket and took the liner out of the old one, you could see exactly where everything ran down those holes just like it was supposed to, but it didn't go in the ground. It stayed in. This was a fiberglass vault, and it just stayed in there, and it was just 100% humidity for 5 years. And the only damage to him was caused by that. And by damage, I mean he lost some fingernails and maybe a couple of toenails because it was just so wet, they just fell out. That's all. That's the only. I need to hurry so we can talk about that some more.
Can we go back to the death certificate for a second?
Sure.
Normally, doesn't a medical professional have to sign that as to the time and cause of death?
Hospice, yeah, they do that. Well, ultimately a doctor has to sign off on it. But hospice can fill in all that stuff if it is a hospice thing. And normally, people who die of natural causes are going to be under a physician's care. And 60% of the time now in America, they're going to be in hospice. So all that stuff is taken care of.
Every time too, to say, this is gonna happen to you, will you sign the death certificate so that you know you don't have it?
It's usually their physician, whoever pronounces death, that they sign off is dead. There may be some misunderstanding about what a death certificate is. A death certificate is, well, it's a legal form that's used for a lot of things, but it's just a demographics sheet is what it is. The death certificate has information of where you were born, your education level, where you died, your next of kin, husband, whatever. It has demographic information. That's all it is. And this is what the CDC uses to compile all the statistics that they have on where people die, when they die, how they die, who, and all of these things, all the statistics they have, they get that off of death certificates. So that's really all it is a demographic sheet. But it has to be signed by a physician, and usually the nurses will fill in cause of death and all of this stuff because they've been in communication with the physician, and the physician will sign it whenever he gets around to it. If you look at the law is usually something like 7 to 10 days or something to file the death certificate. It doesn't have to be filed immediately.
I'm fascinated by this, and yes, I do have a phone, so the internet is a dangerous thing. But we're just looking at the Michigan laws for final burial of the departed. And everywhere it's coming up, and this is from the Michigan website, everywhere it's coming up, it says, the department recognizes that the religious or cultural requirements of the deceased may prohibit the practice of embalming, therefore requires burial or cremation within 48 hours or less of death. Is that legal?
It's your state.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, until someone challenges it.
You write the laws.
You know?
As I said, you're required to deal with this is just my thinking, I'm just thinking out loud. You're required to use a funeral director,
Right.
and I'll bet you anything, he doesn't care. He'll refrigerate for 7 days, he just won't report it to anybody. I mean, who cares? The body is in his care, he's a professional, and he should be able to make that call. Now, an unscrupulous funeral director will use that 48-hour rule to try and force you to embalm. I'm sure that's why it's written like that. I'm sure that's why. It's all about the money. Money answers everything.
And it's fascinating to me that, like what if we did have with all of the timing for memorial services and things like that, 3 days, 7 days, 40 days, it'd be shocking to me like that nobody, Jewish, Muslim, or Christian has ever said, well, we need to bury this body
Well, in fact, they probably, yeah, for them, it's not really an issue because they do require, they have time limits on burial. We're not under the law. We don't have the law telling us we got to bury this person before sundown. We don't have that, but they do. So they're already under restrictions that say you got to bury within a certain amount of
So
time.
that's if they're doing it, but if we're doing it ourselves,
Right.
then none of that applies.
We would have to challenge that. We would have to challenge that. Well, you can't do it yourself. You have to have a funeral director.
But
That's required by law.
I guess that's what I'm getting at. So anytime we're looking up these laws, and I think I remember you saying this earlier, anytime that we're looking up these laws in Michigan, these laws only apply to funeral directors and not to individuals.
No, it doesn't necessarily say that in Michigan. I'm telling you what it said in South Carolina. That's what South Carolina law says.
But because we have to have a funeral director by law, then we have to follow regulations.
Then he has to follow the regulations. You have to put the body under his control, and then he has to follow the regulations. So it's essentially they are regulations on you. But what I'm saying is you should be able, if he is the kind of funeral director we hope he is, and if he has refrigeration, he should have no problem refrigerating that body for 3 days, 4 days, or 5 days till the family can gather. Then we can go in and prepare the body and come in and bury it. Bring it to the church and bury it.
High auto insurance, horrible football teams, and stupid funeral laws. That's 3 strikes.
3 strikes again.
You're out.
Yeah, I don't think any of it is insurmountable at all in an ideal world, which we seem to have in South Carolina when it comes to, at least when it comes to this. Of course, I was in New York telling people this, oh yeah, well you're in the South, you can expect that, nobody cares down here. No, that's not the way it is. We believe in common sense and liberty. But anyhow, you should not have a problem working with a reputable, good funeral director who wants your business and say, look, if I wouldn't even bring it up unless he does. And if he's then trying to get you, if he's trying to use that as a wedge to get you to embalm, say absolutely not, we're not going to do it. We're just not going to do it. I'll transfer him to somebody else who will do this. But, and it'll be good to talk with him ahead of time before you actually need to do this so you don't end up in a bad spot. It's like, do you have refrigeration? Okay, can you refrigerate? Can you keep a body for us it's going to take 3 days. That is typical in America. It takes 3 days for everybody to get their plane tickets and to get in and all the arrangements to be made. Can you refrigerate for 3 days? Yeah. Let me say this. Under normal circumstances, an unembalmed body will keep perfectly well for 2 to 3 days. Unembalmed at room temperature.
And embalming doesn't stop decomposition anyway.
No, it delays it, but it does not stop it. I would venture to say that the cosmetics do more than embalming does, as far as the appearance of the body. But when you see, also talking with, I can't remember who it was, when you see how a body looks, I'll save this for later. When you see how a body looks when you're finished washing and anointing and dressing it, compared to when you walked in, it's remarkable. There is something remarkable that olive oil does to the skin. It's just, they look like themselves again. Whoever I was talking to earlier said, you look better than he did in the hospital. And it's true. Yeah, it's true. I tried to find the Funeral Consumers Alliance. You might want to make a note of that. Funeral Consumers Alliance. I did not have much success with Michigan finding a chapter. They're usually really good for information. Just understand that they are just an independent secular group. They're not church affiliated, so they also advocate cremation. They have a lot of information on cremation and other things that you won't need. Good idea. even though everyone has email, the good old phone tree is still a really good way to communicate with people. Get everybody's phone numbers, and, you know, the priest calls 2 people, they call 3 people, and they call 4 people, and it goes. We rely too much on email. I, for one, don't check email every day. An awful lot of people check email every 5 minutes. I don't check it every day, and I have it on my phone, but I don't check it. So, and I know there's a lot of fossils out there like myself, and if you need to get in touch with them, you're going to need to call them. Get your people together. I mean, to just talk with people. We talked about this last night, that, you know, people are, you know, they look at you sideways, they think you're crazy. We thought that everybody would just think we're nuts. Like I said last night, it took 5 years to get the book published. Didn't try real hard, but I sent it to all the Orthodox publishers and talked with Conciliar Press and all of them, and there's no money in it. Nobody's going to publish that book. Nobody wants it. It's just not a big seller. And we thought that most people would think we were crazy, but it's really been phenomenal to find out they don't. Remember, it only takes 2 people. So once people see what it's like and what it is to do everything, people are really going to be wondering, well, you're not going to embalm, you're not going to use cosmetics. What's this person going to look like when you get them in the church? And they're really going to be amazed. And when they see that changes. When they actually experience a funeral, see that you can do it yourselves and it has been done, then people get a little more interested in it. There's a ton of things. I think we list a bunch of them in the book. It only takes 2 people to put their hands on to prepare a body, but there's a lot of other things that other people can do to contribute. Transportation, people can go to the airport, bring family members in, train station, bus station, whatever it is. Arranging for flowers, actually arranging flowers. We have a group that just arranges the flowers. We have a wholesale florist, and they get the flowers and they arrange them. Providing food, you got to have pallbearers, need to have ushers, take care of the widow or widower, and don't forget them after the funeral. That's part of the visitation ministry as well. Don't forget the widow or widower or the bereaved family. Have a kit ready. The contents of the kit are in there. I think it's pretty much updated. We have a few things that we changed. There are a few little tricks. I went out and I bought a ring cutter. That's not coming off now, much less later. It's just not coming off. It keeps shrinking. I don't know why. I didn't know gold would shrink, but it keeps shrinking on me. So it ain't coming off. So I got a ring cutter and keep that in the kit, and it may still be listed in there. I don't use it anymore. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, well, sorry, Father. I can't talk to you right now.
You should change your ringtone to church bells, so if it ever rings in church, it's
Well, actually, I'm pretty sure Father Matthew was calling for a question about a funeral. That's the only reason he calls me. He's in Tennessee. So I'll have to call him back at the next opportunity. The ring cutter. There is a neat little trick that I learned from some healthcare professionals. It is dental floss. You can take dental floss and start at the top of the knuckle and wrap it closely. Wrap, all the way down to the ring, and then feed it under the ring and pull it, and it will slip right off. A live finger or a dead finger, so you don't have to cut the ring off anymore to do that. That's a neat little trick.
Why would the ring need to be removed? just as a keepsake?
I want my grandson to have mine,
Okay.
so, yeah, as a keepsake. Okay, where are we? We're doing
You
good?
started to talk about cemeteries when I interrupted you on the death certificate.
I think we probably covered everything on cemeteries.
What's in the kit?
Pardon?
What else is in the kit?
The kids'
Oh,
next
the
section,
kit.
next section.
Well, it's all in the book. I'm not saying that just to try to sell books. But it is, it's all there. We keep in ours, we have a pan, a plastic pan. Everything in that kit fits in an airline carry-on bag. Everything. Fits very neatly. We have a little icon cross and a votive candle. We have our anointing oil, bacterial scrub, washcloths, adult diapers, just one or two. We usually keep more than we anticipate needing. A couple of sheets, towels for drying, comb, a manicure kit. Thank you very much. I'm already, it's only 2:30 and I'm almost half brain dead. I left the better half of my brain in South Carolina, you understand that. She's laying by the pool today and I'm up here. It's very important to have her with me. She keeps me on point and she reminds me all the stuff I keep forgetting to tell you. The significance of the sheets and several of those things we'll talk about in the next portion about preparing a body for burial. Combs, hairbrushes, hair dryer, shampoo, and antibacterial scrub. The same thing they use in the hospitals. You know, you can get it at any drugstore. Used to be called Physoderm, and there's a bunch of different brand names, but it's just an antibacterial
Now
wash.
you can get the pads or towels that are actually just wipe them down and they're already, it's much easier to use.
Yeah, we do have what we call green pads or blue pads. They're absorbent pads that typically go under a patient in a bed. We have a few of those in there. Someone has a book.
Page 169.
69?
169.
170 actually.
Contents of the preparation kit. What else? We have incense and charcoal. Number one, this book. First thing that goes in the kit. Keep this book in there. It has.
Does the yellow covered one, I think it's probably your first edition.
That's the first edition.
Does
Yeah.
it have the service in it?
Yes.
It
Yeah, the
does?
service hasn't changed.
Okay.
I was really surprised and gratified that I figured all kinds of people would be calling me going, why'd you do this, why'd you do that? Because there's always the theological nitpickers out there. But it's just a typical service, really. We have wet wipes, we have sanitary hand wipes, washcloths, and sponges. Sponges you need for anointing. The anointing oil mix I mentioned, blow dryer, the dental floss, 4x4 gauze pads, plastic bags to hold wet clothes, and plastic sheet or bed protector, 2 or 3 white bed sheets, extra large t-shirts, which we have never used, but I'll tell you what they're for. 6 of the disposable bed pads, trash bags for throwing stuff away. We'd like to have cloth diapers, but you can't find them in the size that we need for adults. We have a small tube of petroleum jelly, a small tube of menthol rub, Q-tips, long tweezers. These are really neat. Found them in a kitchen store. They're tweezers like 12 inches long. They're very, very handy. Rolled bandages for binding if you need them. We don't use an eye pillow, and I'll tell you why. Ribbon or scarf, we don't use that anymore. Small pillow for under the chin, don't use that anymore. Super glue, I'll tell you about that. Baptismal garment, if you have one, it doesn't necessarily have to be in the kit. You could bring it with you if that's what they have or what you want to use. Burial shroud, portable recording and player. That is if you don't have a reader, you could just record the service and play it there, or you can record the Psalms and just play that. The main thing about that, well, we haven't even got to that yet, is to maintain an atmosphere of reverence wherever you are, whether you're in a funeral home or the morgue or wherever you may be, is to maintain a reverent atmosphere. Other questions? I probably forgot a ton of stuff.
Can you, I'm sorry.
Please.
I didn't raise my hand. What would be a list of questions from what you've heard so far today in Michigan that you would ask a funeral director to help you with specifically in setting up a funeral ministry in the state?
Well, first off, I would get much more familiar with Michigan funeral law than I am right now. I did try to look in some reference material and this and that. I did not actually go read the code like you've been doing. But I would just tell them, you know, we're looking for a cooperative funeral director. Our tradition is very similar to Jewish tradition. You're probably accustomed to dealing with Jewish customers, and I'll tell you yes or no. But we don't embalm, period. Let's get that clear going in. And we realize that even though we're not embalming, it may still take 2 or 3 or even 4 days for the family to gather and have a burial. Is that a problem for you? And he'll tell you yes or no. That's the first big hurdle, I think, that we have in this. You know, how cooperative are you going to be in dealing with this? And then just take it from there. You know, what is your price list? What are the services you provide, and what is your price list? There is, and some people choose this, and there are times when we've recommended it. I will say that the last time we recommended that someone have the funeral home set the features, we were not happy, and we won't do it again. And setting the features means close the eyes, close the mouth, and there are specific things that they do. They use a suture. I haven't figured out. I've looked at it on YouTube, and I can't figure out how they do it. But there's a suture that goes up through here, through the soft palate, and actually tie the mouth shut. We'll talk about a better way to do that in a little bit. The eyes, but that's what you call setting the features. There's a charge for setting the features, and sometimes we'll just do that. What if I just need you? Are you willing to let us do everything and you sign off on it? That would be a big question. We have a funeral ministry, and we are perfectly happy to do all the work, let you take all the credit. Are you willing to work with us on those conditions? That's the two things. We want to prepare the body. Our funeral directors are happy to let us do the work. And we may have to, can you refrigerate for more than 2 days? Can you refrigerate for 3 days or 4 days? That'd be my two main questions for them. Because we answer everything else. If they answer yes to both of those, you're doing good. You're doing real good.
You mentioned caskets before, and Orthodox caskets I was not familiar with, but we've had them at our church now, and I know one of the, Father Lett keeps them at his parish just for.
We have a bunch of Orthodox casket makers now. It's really nice. They're getting expensive too. There aren't any $700 caskets anymore. I don't think so. I can't imagine that there are I'm talking about almost 20 years ago, I paid $700 for a casket. And it was, we were afraid he was gonna fall out of it at any time.
There was a very pious Romanian woman here that got a mega casket a couple years ago for $400, and her husband put the pine box together, and they decorated with flowers. It was beautiful, it was perfect. They bought it new.
I'd love to know where they got that kit, if you can find out, I'd love to know that.
It was online somewhere, and it was just $400. They made it themselves.
It's called Make a Casket?
No, I said that was my word for it. It's like they made their casket. Yeah. It was $400. The pine, the screws.
Well, yeah, and the truth of the matter is anybody can build a box. Anyone with rudimentary woodworking skills, table saw and a skill saw can build a box, and that's all you need. And in fact, speaking of that, you don't need a box. If you're in a commercial cemetery, they're probably going to require some kind of container. But over here in your own cemetery, you don't need a box. You can bury, I want to be rolled in a sheet and put in the ground. That's really the best way to do it. And then when you're talking about subsidence, the biggest part of subsidence in your cemetery is going to be the box itself and the air inside the box. It's going to collapse. But then when you're talking about the body, you're talking about that much collapse versus that much collapse. So, yeah, that's going to be the biggest part of it. I know a lot of people are not going to be comfortable with that. Frank, my father-in-law, he was deathly afraid of being buried in the ground. He had to have a mausoleum. Like, Frank, you're dead. What do you care? But no, he didn't want that. He didn't want that at all. And he couldn't even envision being buried at sea. He was in the Navy. He's like, oh no.
I've been asking my wife for years for Christmas to get me an Orthodox coffin to turn into a bookshelf, so I can constantly remind my dad every time I read my books. It's a big ticket item. We could sell these and make a lot of money.
Keeps them in his church.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
He's got those.
One of our parishioners, yeah.
Northwood Casket Company, you get it for $700.
When he retired. Yes.
I know I brought a kid. I know.
It's coffins at our hermitage.
We have a monastery that makes it.
No, our hermitage. St. Romano's hermitage.
Yeah.
No, this is great. This is what we want.
I think this is a great time. 15 minutes.
Okay.
Just one more question. You mentioned going across state lines.
Uh-huh.
How familiar are you with, do you know, is that statewide United States? Are there limitations?
Well, your limitation is going to be that you have to use a funeral director. That's going to be your limitation. Because you're in Michigan, you have to use a funeral director, and they're going to charge you. What happens when you transfer using a funeral director is you make the arrangements with your funeral director here, and he charges you, and then you have to he can only send it to a funeral director over there in Colorado or wherever, and they're going to charge you too. But if you're not required to use a funeral director, there are no federal laws prohibiting you from carrying someone across state lines.
Throughout the United States. Because we lived in Oklahoma when Daddy died. Daddy was living with us. We lived in Oklahoma. He was buried in North Carolina. He desperately wanted me to put him in his truck and drive him home.
Mm-hmm.
And they told me it was illegal.
Who told you?
The
Funeral director.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah, it's the funeral director. We had.
Worked with my husband, get him from Iowa to Missouri, used a religious exemption because he was not embalmed to get him across state lines because non-embalmed bodies couldn't go across. So they just used a religious exemption.
Who said that unembalmed bodies could not go across state lines? The funeral director.
But
Last person you want to talk to.
they're
The
the
last
ones that
person you want
worked
to
it all
ask.
out for us to get him across.
We had a beloved parishioner, a poet, historian, ran the Robert Frost Center at Dartmouth for years. He died. It's a whole story, and it's a nice one, actually. We got the call at 3 o'clock in the morning, and when Father John and I arrived at the house, there were 30 people there at 3 o'clock in the morning. Every single one of them wanted to lay hands on him. Every one of them wanted to help. And So did all that. The next day, they brought him to the church, or they were bringing him to the church. But before that, he was going to be transferred to a monastery in North Carolina to be buried. And his daughter-in-law called me in my office in tears, and she said, the funeral director is no, the abbess phoned and said, we can't do it. We can't transport him across state lines. The funeral director is telling the abbess that you have to be a licensed funeral director to transport him across state lines. I said, sweetheart, calm down, stop crying. I will get back to you in about 5 minutes. I got online, went to North Carolina funeral law, and found exactly what she needed, and I copied it over to a document, and I emailed it to her, and I called her back. It was no more than 10 minutes later, and said, I have sent you everything you need to send to the abbess to let them know that the funeral director is lying to her. They lie to everyone. They lie to the... You know, you can say, okay, maybe they just don't know. Well, guess what? It's their responsibility to know. They're the professionals, and they know what the law is. And they're just flat lying when they tell you you can't transport a body yourself, or you can't transport them across state lines. Now, there can be some weird Michigan law that says you can't take it out of the state. That's a possibility. But there are no federal laws prohibiting anyone from transporting a body so long as you have the documentation. You have the BRT, you can take them wherever you want. We've had several parishioners who came south from New York and Pennsylvania, wanted to go back to be buried at St. Tikhon's Monastery in Pennsylvania, right? It's right up on the Pennsylvania-New York border. And we've had people, one lady was transported in a trailer. Her daughters and their husbands were in the Suburban, and she was in a trailer behind. And that's another humorous little story that, you know, the next day left, we had the funeral, they left, they're on their way to St. Tikhon's, made it a 2-day trip. It's a pretty long trip for that many people in a vehicle. And I got a call that evening. He's Deacon Mark. Yeah? What's up, Chuck? I think I froze her. It's okay. It's okay. That's the beauty of refrigeration. It's reversible. Embalming is not. You can't unembalm someone. But if you freeze them, you just thaw them out. And it's happened more than once. And that's one thing. We'll talk about body preparation and all that stuff in the next session. That's one thing I caution people is don't get overzealous. That's the first thing people do is get overzealous with the dry ice. We're just refrigerating, and you also have to remember the body's perfectly fine for at least 2 days without any ice whatsoever. So if you are able to bury quickly, which is always recommended, go ahead and do that. You had a question, and I don't think I
was just going to say that you mentioned the Dormition Monastery, they make the coffins as well, but I was curious, like, is there requirements to make Orthodox coffins? Or?
No. Like I said, you don't need a box at all. Box is only for convenience. I think it's in the book too, some of the history of funerals. It's really kind of fascinating. Back in the day, when everything around here was farms, and I assume some ranches or whatever, and people owned many, many acres of land, funeral practice even influences architecture. You know why you have big double doors into the dining room? So you can get the coffin in and out. That's why they did that. And they would take a door down, lay the door on the dining room table, put the body on that, and use the door to carry them to the grave, take them off the door to put them in the grave. But as things got more spread out, or the inverse, as things got more consolidated into cities, needed a way to be able to transport the body a little more efficiently and better, so it became a box. That's all it is. There's no theological need for a box or reason to have it. Yeah, sure.
The towels and the sheets, do you use them? after-
Yes, we take them home and wash them.
And
Sure.
wash them?
Yeah.
But the other things are disposable.
Yes, we'll talk about that. Coming up, I know there's stuff I've forgotten. I'll try to make some notes during the break. Are we ready for a break? Okay, 10-minute break, y'all. Okay, we have just about an hour, so I'm going to try and go through this very quickly. You wanted me to talk about Archbishop Dimitri, so I want to try and have a little bit of time to talk about that. If not, I can send Father some information on that. For the preparation of a body, remember it only takes 2 people, plus a reader, if you have one available. Our funeral ministry for years was my wife, myself, and our priest. So, start where you can start. And Father John was always the reader, and Elizabeth and I did everything both for men and women. I personally have no problem with that, but it is really beautiful when women can prepare women and men can prepare the men. Women will need the help of men to put the body in the casket and transport the casket and all that stuff. But they can call, once they've done everything and completed the preparation and she's dressed and ready to go, they can call the guys in and let them. The tradition is to read the Psalms from the moment of death until the moment of burial, around the clock, except during services. Okay, so during the funeral service, during a panihida, during whatever services you're going to do, you would stop the readings and then pick it up again after. I mentioned the beloved parishioner who had 30 people at his house at 3 o'clock in the morning. That's where we learned limit the number of people in the room to 5. You can't manage any more than 5 people in the room. Well, Father John and I ended up just being traffic cops and ushering people in the room and out of the room, telling people when they needed to go to let somebody else come in, and at the same time trying to tell people what to do to help prepare his body. It was crazy. So now we limit it to 5. So we've laid the groundwork with the healthcare facilities, the morgue, got funeral director all set up. You can prepare a body at home. That is the best. That is my preferred. We have prepared bodies at the funeral home. They're happy to have us come in. We've done it in the embalming room. We've done it in an upper preparation room that they have. We've also just done it in a viewing room, and they just bring in pitchers of water for us. It's much easier if you do it in one of their preparation rooms because they have running water and a table that's designed for washing bodies. You can do it right here. I mentioned that. All you need is a table and some water. We've done it. We've prepared several in our church parish hall, or in the morgue. Now, if you prepare a body in a healthcare facility, whether it's a morgue, a hospice, or have not prepared one in a hospice yet, or whatever healthcare facility, be prepared. You're going to be required to observe universal precautions. There aren't any healthcare people here, so you may not know what that means. Universal precautions means you're covered from head to toe. You're wearing gloves, you're wearing a gown, your feet are covered with booties, a mask, sometimes even a face shield you'll have to wear, so be prepared for that. Typically, if we have someone who's died of natural causes and they died in their bed, I don't even wear gloves. That's personal preference. You do whatever you feel right doing. Whatever is comfortable. We have no laws, so we don't have a lot of rules. Everything we do is for the honor of the deceased and the comfort of the bereaved. Just keep that in mind. Everything we do is to honor that person who has died and comfort their loved ones. So as long as we're doing it in that frame, we're going to be okay. We talked about the contents of the kit. So we bring the kit in, open it up, take a few minutes to set everything out and get it all ready. The way that I have come to explain to people what we're going to do, it's been really amazing and gratifying, the reaction that we have had. As I said, we thought everyone was going to think we're crazy. Who the heck wants to put their hands on a dead body? But we have found that when someone in our community dies, we always explain to their family, their loved ones, whether they're local or they're coming in from outside, if they're Orthodox or not, this is what your loved one wanted. This is what we're going to do. You're welcome to observe. You're welcome to be there and observe. We don't want anybody to think we're doing anything weird. And virtually every time we've heard, watch, heck, I want to help. What can I do? And they want to help. And we still have people today, 15 years later, thanking us for the opportunity to prepare their mother for burial. People that I never thought would want to do this are still thanking me today for that opportunity. We had one, I was out of town, the matriarch of the parish died, tiny little beautiful lady, and she had 3 daughters, and I wasn't there. Elizabeth got Matushka Jeanette and her one daughter who lived locally, and they prepared her body, and when they finished, the daughter said, "That was so amazing. When my sisters get here tomorrow, can we do it again?" So they did it again. We always, when you encounter a dead body, I don't know how often you have. I mean, I think most of us Orthodox have seen an open casket funeral, probably have kissed a dead body. But when you encounter someone who is newly deceased, there's no other way to put it, really. There is a pallor of death. There's this grayness and deathness to it. And we're really used to shaking hands and embracing one another at 98.6 degrees. And when you encounter a body at room temperature, it can be a little disconcerting. And it will throw you. And if you're going to the morgue where the body has already been refrigerated, if they don't think of it as our morgue director did, he's just a wonderful guy, he would always take the body out of the refrigerator 2 or 3 hours before we got there. If he could, if he didn't have a full morgue, he would pull it out and let it warm up a little bit so that we could deal with it. If you do encounter a body that is right out of the refrigerator, it's very cold and hard to move, you can massage the muscles and just move the joints a little bit and get some flexibility, the flexibility that you're going to need to wash and anoint the body. Wherever we are, whether we're in the morgue or what, we always cover the body respectfully. The body will be laid out on a table or in a large table sink like they have in the morgue. We will still cover them respectfully. We never cover the face and head. I don't know where that tradition came from. We don't do that. We never do that. But we do cover the body respectfully. We'll remove rings, jewelry, and this and that. If they wanted to be buried with their wedding ring, then we can put it back on. And then when everything is set, everything's ready, and the deceased is covered, then the reader can begin the service, which starts with Trisagian prayers. We'll wait until those are finished and he starts reading the Psalms, and then the team can go to work. If you're in the home, in the same bed where the person has died, the first thing pretty much actually anywhere, first thing you're going to want to do is install a draw sheet and the blue or green pads that you're going to be working on. But the draw sheet, what is a draw sheet? If you take a regular bed sheet, any size, regular bed sheet, and fold it lengthwise and then fold it again, you're going to end up with a sheet that is about this wide and as long as its width was, right? But you got like 4 layers now, okay? Take that and roll it up halfway. What we're gonna do is roll the body up on the side, tuck that rolled part as far back up under the body as we can, lay the body back down, roll it up on the other side, reach in and pull that out. So now we have a sheet this wide that is typically from about the buttocks, bottom of the buttocks, as whatever width it is. That is a draw sheet, and what it's used for is now we have something that two people can move that body anywhere you want to go. It makes it very easy to manipulate the body and move it around. In the hospitals, they have special equipment and really nice ways to do this, but this works just great. It really helps in manipulating the body and putting it where you need it to be. So the first thing that we're going to do, I'm going to approach this as if we're either here or we're at home in their bed. First thing we're going to do with that draw sheet is on either side, we're going to lift that person and bring their head up to either the edge of the bed or the table, where we can then, if we don't have we're not in a facility that has the correct table, we can hold that plastic bin that we got in it's typical hospital size. You know the little plastic thing they give you in the hospital? That's all it is. And one person will hold that while the other pours water on their hair, shampoos and rinses and does the hair. Now, I have learned, I don't think there's anybody in here as old as I am. I think it was back in the 60s, they came out with a spray shampoo, aerosol shampoo. It's still on the market. I haven't got to try it yet, though we bought some. So I hate to say, I'm not looking forward for anyone to die, but I'm looking forward to trying that and seeing if it will keep us, because it is, it's messy to have to pour a pitcher of water on and then dry their hair and blow dry it if that's what's needed, or just comb it, style it. We don't spend a lot of time styling. My wife used to say, well, there's no way you're burying me without makeup, but she's relented. She's coming around. We don't do makeup. We don't style hair. We typically will just comb it and leave it. If you're going to have a really active ministry here, if you want to do all that, there's no rules against it. I don't think that we should use makeup, but there could be a time when you might need some makeup. I was asked to go to Greenville, South Carolina. Oh gosh, I forgot about this. I said I brought it up here so I wouldn't forget. We'll do that next. Don't let me forget again. I was asked to come to Greenville to help with their first funeral, and we went to the morgue. By the way, don't expect the morgue to look like anything you've ever seen on TV. It's probably not. I have been in a very nice morgue, but only one. The lady was cherry red from her toes right to ear, her entire body. And I've talked with doctors, and I have no one knows what caused that, but she was cherry red from her toes all the way right up to the neckline. Thank God that's as far as it went. But if you were to encounter someone who might have some bruising on their face for whatever reason, I haven't, you might want to use a little bit of makeup to cover any bruising on the face. I've not run into that. I'm just saying it's a possibility. And depending on how you feel about it, it's not unusual for there to be some bruising on the hands. And I've never found it terribly objectionable. So you go ahead and use it. The next thing we do after washing the hairs, I'm going to bring it back down on the bed, and we're going to wash the body from head to toe. Just thoroughly wash it. This is what the bacterial hospital scrub is for. Before I do that, remind me we're talking about washing the body. This is a little gift pack that they have here at St. Mary Magdalene for people who have lost a loved one. And we want to pass this around so you can look at it while I'm talking about the rest of it. It's really, really nice. These folks got it going on. And this is a cross. What is a cross?
It's a casket cross.
Oh,
Family
okay.
can either keep it or it can be sent with,
Would the deceased maybe hold this in their hand in the casket and then they can keep it, or?
the family can keep it or send it with them.
Right.
But that way the church is not a cross.
So check that out. That's really nice. I took a picture of it. I'm going to suggest it to our group at home. Okay, we're washing head to toe. We wash the hair. We just do a really, really good wash job. It's really all you're doing. I said, if you've ever washed a baby, you can do this. By that I mean, don't forget behind the ears. Use sponge or washcloth, whatever you're comfortable with, whatever you're best with. I usually use sponges. And scrub real good. Anyone who's died of natural causes, it's probably taken some time. They may have been in the hospital or they may have been in their bed for weeks perhaps. There's going to be a lot of dead skin. There's just going to be, you know how it is if you're sick and you're in bed for a while. So we're going to clean all that grody skin and whatever else there may be. Do a very thorough wash job. And we even though we've had the sheet covering them from shoulders to toe, we'll pull it down to midway, clean from top to the waist, and then we'll pull it back up and we'll wash from the waist down. And paying particular attention to the private areas. Why are we cleaning with bacterial cleanser? Odor is caused by bacteria. Most of us know that by now. So we want to kill whatever bacteria was on the body when he died. Odor is the number one thing that will cause offense in a funeral. No one wants to have any odor of any kind during a funeral. When you read the book, you'll see we talk about before the initial preparation, massaging the gut area to try and release any urine or feces and get it gone now, because any leakage can also cause odor. Now the last person we did came from the hospital to the funeral home. They knew we were coming, and even though it was the next day, they hadn't touched it. He was not cleaned at all. So we had to do all of that when we got there. And there was, the first time I've encountered it actually, there was some feces and some leakage that we had to deal with. So be prepared for that. If you have a problem with that, I have a pretty strong stomach. There's not a whole lot that gets me going, but everyone has a gag reflex. Everyone has a trigger. There's nothing you can do about it. It's a reflex by definition. There's nothing you can do about it. I finally found mine. It's bed sores. Rotting flesh is my trigger. That's my gag reflex. That's why we keep a little bit of menthol rub, and you can take a little menthol rub and put it right under on the upper lip, and it's not quite so bad. Bed sores are tough. They can be very tough, but you still have to clean them. You have to clean them really good. You can, now that the person is deceased, you can debride them. You can get the dead skin off so we don't have continued odor. You can dry that area. You can bandage it. There's a lot of things that you can do. We haven't run into too many bed sores, but when we did, I realized that that's my gag reflex. So pay particular attention to the private parts. This is where odor is going to begin, particularly if there's any leakage or anything like that. So do a really, really good, thorough cleaning job Please don't let modesty inhibit you. If you're going to do this, you got to be willing to do it and do it right and do a really good job. Then we'll, from the waist down to the toes, and then you have to do the back. And how do you do that? There is a technique that I learned in Moore for moving a body. Any healthcare professional probably knows these techniques, but anyhow, if we want to roll, I'm laying on a table, if we want to roll my body over to the left, the first thing we do is take my right leg and move it over here. My body is already halfway over. That's the easiest thing to do. If you leave it over here, it becomes an anchor, and you're trying to pull against it. So we move the leg over there, and we're ready, and then one person can get from this side, one person can get under the arm here, and the other person can gently push from this side, and the body will just roll right up on its side, just like we did when we put the draw sheet over there. Now we're going to wash very thoroughly from top to bottom. Pay particular attention to the buttocks, get it really good and clean, antibacterial cleanser, and then lay it back down. Rinse with clean water. Usually just use the same sponge unless the sponge, due to any leakage, has gotten filthy, and then we can either throw it away or clean it really good, grab another one. Rinse and then dry. We have towels, we'll dry the backside and then lay them down. Now we're going to do the other side. So we want to cross this leg over here, roll the body this way, do exactly the same thing from head to toe, all the way down. Rinse and dry. So the body is washed. We want to, if you need to trim sideburns, do any hair work, you can already have done that, I guess, when you wash the hair. We want to, as I mentioned this morning, trim any ear hair, nose hair. We do the whole 9 yards. I started to tell you the way I explained this to people who are going to, we've had people just show up. It was a wonderful thing. A good friend of ours died, and the team was there who had volunteered to help. We're standing in the alley outside the morgue. The morgue is in the alley. And I'm telling them what to expect. Anytime I go into a new situation, I like to go in, scope it out, see what's there, because I'm a guy who doesn't like surprises. And I just assume everybody else is the same way. So I go check it out, I come out and I tell them what to expect, where we're going to be, what it's going to look like, what's going to happen. So we're not just in there like deer in the headlights. So we're standing out there and explaining this, and these two young people come walking up in their mid to late 20s. And are you Deacon Mark? Yeah. The mom told us to be here. What are we going to do? Who are you? Oh, we're Peter's grandchildren. Well, here's what we're going to do. Said, imagine for a minute that you've been called to greet the king. What are you going to do? Well, you're going to shower. You're going to get clean. You're going to wash your hair. You're probably going to clean your nails. You're going to clean your toenails. You're going to get everything spiffy, brush your teeth, and you might even put on a little bit of cologne. You're going to put on your best clothes, and you're going to get ready to greet the king, right? You're going to be ready to go. Well, that's what we're going to do for your grandpa. He's been called to greet the king. We're going to get him ready. Oh, well, great. And they came in out of nowhere and insisted on doing the whole thing. That's when I realized, the first time I realized, that was the greatest honor that they could show their grandfather. Was that they were willing to do that. A little understandable with those kids. He was he was a Marine and she was a Nebraska rancher. She was a little petite thing, but she was a rancher. She raised cattle. And it was quite an experience. Wonderful, wonderful experience. It always is. So, do everything. We're going to, as I said, manicure, pedicure. Is there anything I'm missing? I think that's probably it. Ear hair, nose hair. You will notice in the book that we talk about sanitary napkins and tampons. There have only been twice that I've had to resort to a tampon, and you will know. We initially wrote the book as if it was routine. It shouldn't be. If you encounter leakage, you'll know it. And you'll say, oh, maybe I should plug that hole. And then you'll have them in your kit, and they'll be there for you to use. We usually do use a sanitary napkin for both men and women, and a diaper and underwear. Adult diapers usually don't have attachments on the sides like you do for kids. They come just one piece. So we typically have to cut them with scissors, put them on, and then tape them. And then we'll usually it's not necessary, but depending on who's there, what the family feels like, and read the room, underwear if you feel like it's appropriate. None of it's going to be seen, so it's not really that important. It's more important to have something there that will absorb any leakage, any moisture that might happen over the next couple of days. Once all of that is done and we've got everything cleaned and ready, we're going to anoint the body with a mixture of olive oil and essential oils. The recipe is in the book. I think it's 120 drops of essential oil to a pint of olive oil. Do not use extra virgin olive oil. It has far more solids in it, and it has its own odor. You want to use just regular light olive oil that will not carry quite as much of a scent. Essential oils are very potent. If you haven't dealt with them, please read the cautionary material in the book. There are some essential oils that you should not use, and there are some essential oils that pregnant ladies definitely should not be around. So I kind of recommend that, if you're pregnant, you might want to sit this one out. You might want to just observe or not even participate in this one. But we stay away from those. We stick with frankincense, jasmine, rosemary, sorry. Most often we use rosemary. That's our go-to. Lavender, I think, would be good. But I'd have to look. You have to look for cautions on some of these, because they are very, very potent, and some of them are actually nerve toxins. So you have to be careful. We don't mess with any of those. The traditional dress is a baptismal garment. Okay, sorry, I'm getting ahead of me. 1 pint of olive oil is enough to do probably 2 bodies. You can anoint 2 bodies with it. I typically use the same sponge. If you feel differently about it, grab a new sponge. I'll just wash them out, rinse them out real good, and squeeze them, and then load it up. Put the olive oil on liberally. Put a lot on there. Don't worry about how much it is. And it was a beautiful thing when I was preparing George in his bed, and we got the olive oil out, and I had it in my hand, and I filled Father John's sponge, and then here's Lydia, this tall, his wife, right beside me, looking up at me like this. Both hands. Fill them up. And I did, and we slathered him down really good. It soaks in. And it has the most wonderful rejuvenating properties for that power of death that we talked about at the beginning.
You do the entire body? Or just
Absolutely, every bit of it. Eyelids, forehead, ears, top to bottom, toes, in between the toes, in between fingers. Anoint everything. The essential oils provide a nice scent, but it's not overpowering. It's not very strong. We're not after perfume. We're just after a little bit of very nice, pleasing aroma. And it has a calming effect. We know that aromas have all kinds of effect on us, the aromatherapy and all that. So we try to use the right ones. And front to back. So we're going to roll the body again both ways. We're going to do front and we're going to do the back. Closing the eyes. It's a very simple thing. You'll see on your list there, we have some cotton balls in the kit. So grab a cotton ball. We'll take a little bit of cotton off of that cotton ball and twist it up in your fingers till it's about an inch long, about from here to here, right? And just lift the eyelid and run that piece of cotton right across. And then with the eyelid pulled out, bring it back down and release it. And that cotton will hold the eyelid closed. That's all it takes. 4 times. You got top, and bottom, and that's all you need to close the eyes. They will stay closed. I have prepared bodies and I've seen bodies where the eyes were just slightly open. I think it's very pleasing and very natural to see that. Just a tiny little slit. I'm not talking about wide eyes open. It's very pleasing. So now we have to make sure that the other orifices are closed due to any leakage or odor that might happen. The ears and nose, again, you've got cotton balls, and you have those 12-inch tweezers that you get at the kitchen store if you can find them. They're really, really nice and convenient. And take a little bit of cotton, put it in the ear, and push it in with those tweezers. And ears are not very deep. It doesn't take very much, but you may have to do it 2 or 3 times. The way that I do it is put it in until you can't get any more, and then take some out so you can't see it. We don't want to see any of it, okay? Nose is the same way. Nostrils, we have sinuses. It's going to take considerably more. Everyone's different. Some people you can only pack their nostrils. Other people you're going to end up packing sinuses. It's going to take a while before you get enough in there, and then you start meeting resistance, and then you get to where you've got cotton hanging out the nose, so you pull out enough that you can't see it. Tuck in any little strays. Just clean it up. Closing the mouth was a whole procedure that we've been through a lot of variations on different ways to do it. I was reluctant to try it, but the only thing that works every single time is super glue. It works every time. I was concerned that if we closed the mouth with super glue, that any tension or weight from the jaw would disfigure the face. It's never happened. It looks very natural. You do have to be careful with it. If you've ever glued your fingers together, you know that. But you may also know that super glue is not invisible. When it dries, if you can see it, it is visible. You can see it. It turns white. Partly translucent, but also just white. So you want to be careful how you apply it. The way I do it is I will pull the lower lip down, and first I'm going to look at the lips. Where do they meet? Where's that line where the upper and lower lip meet? And I'm going to open it, and beyond that line, put 1 or 2 or 3 drops of super glue. Absolute minimum you can get by with, because when you just naturally don't close the lips, close the jaw. Lift it up in place, the lips will meet, and it will spread out across back inside the mouth along the lips and seal it. There used to be in the book, I can't remember the second edition, whether we talked about cotton in the throat and sealing all of that. Well, we've just taken care of that. We don't need any of that anymore. You don't have to pack the throat or the mouth or anything because we just sealed it with the super glue. Again, odor is the number one concern. We have never, in all of the funerals that I've done, we've never had a problem with odor. If you have a concern, if there's an extraordinary amount of leakage or for some other reason you're concerned about odor, you can take the essential oils and put a few drops of essential oil around the casket, and that will help too. So we're going to dress the body. Traditional dress is a baptismal garment, which makes it really easy if you can get to where, oh, this is how we do it here. It is traditional. It's the best way to do it because a baptismal garment is one piece of fabric. It just drapes down, right? And there's no pockets. You can't take it with you. There's no pockets in a baptismal garment. There's no pockets in a burial shroud. So all you have to do is either lift the person up, and if you can't do that for whatever reason, all you have to do is slip it over their head and slowly rolling them back and forth and doing this and that, you slowly pull it down to where you have it where it needs to be. A woman's dress will be similarly put on. I will typically incline the body and just drop it over the head and then work it down, lifting the buttocks and going on down to the feet. A man's shirt and jacket, a little bit different. But certainly manageable. If a man chooses not to wear a baptismal garment, but to be in his, let's say just a white Oxford shirt, whatever, and tie, what we would typically do, it's easier if it's a short sleeve shirt. Doesn't have to be, but what you do is go ahead and button the front and take scissors and slit the back from the bottom all the way up to the bottom of the collar, not all the way through the collar. Then you're going to have two big pieces, but right up to the base of the collar, and then you can slip the collar down and just pull the rest of the shirt around the back and gather it together. Exactly the same thing with a sports coat or a suit jacket. Slit it. Just take the scissors and cut it right up the back all the way to the top of the collar, over the head, and then down. Getting the hands through the, slitting it like that also makes it easier because you can pull it all the way around and you can lift the arm and you can slip it through. You lift the arm, slip it through, put the arms down, and then fold everything back up under the body. So, and just clean it up, make it look neat. Of course, a burial shroud can go on top of that. I like burial shrouds. I have several of them. I have one from Mount Athos that I'm hoping I can keep for myself. I keep giving them away. Refrigeration. Again, we're not sure exactly how that's going to work here, but I will explain to you how we do it, and I will do it very quickly. We use dry ice. Where I am, we can get dry ice at the grocery store, at the supermarket. It comes in, I think it's about a 4-pound block. It's about 2 inches thick and about 12 inches square, about a square foot. And we will bring the casket in and place a block of ice right where the small of the back is going to be. Okay, not under the shoulders, not under the buttocks, but right in the small of the back. It's going to raise it up a little bit, but by tomorrow morning it's probably going to be down like this. It'll sublimate and go away within 24 hours most likely. And we put that down there, then we'll lift the body, put the body in the casket. You can have the casket on a table if it makes it easier. It's really nice, but it's really hard to get at the right level. You usually end up with it on the floor because if it's on the table, the top of the casket's up here, now we have to lift the body up and in. Really nice if the top of the casket could be right at the table level, then you can just slide over like that we've never managed that yet. Then we will put about a half a block. If it's in blocks, dry ice comes in several different ways. Another popular form of dry ice is popcorn, just like the styrofoam popcorns. You'll get it that way. Again, I don't know if you're even going to be able to do this in Michigan, but
We've done it.
okay. If you can't get it at the supermarket, the place to find dry ice is from a industrial gas supplier. The guys who supply oxygen to hospitals, oxygen is settled into welders. They have frozen carbon dioxide. Most adults know it's frozen carbon dioxide. Don't touch it with your hands. Always use leather gloves. Don't use plastic or rubber gloves because it'll freeze them and they'll break. Don't put it in a regular cooler, a plastic cooler. Always use a styrofoam cooler and cover it with paper, newspaper, or usually when I get it at the grocery store, I just ask them for some grocery bags. And I will, just because we try, it's not a law and we're not bound by any rules, but we try to put all biodegradable things in the ground. About the only thing that we're doing that's not biodegradable is the diaper, and possibly if someone has a synthetic clothes on, that won't be biodegradable. But anyway, I take it out of the plastic bag that it comes in and put it in a paper bag. That's also better. It doesn't create fog. I think we all know that dry ice makes fog, and that's always, how's that going? Wouldn't that be fun if it was in the church and it was all foggy? No, that doesn't happen.
It's not incense either.
It doesn't happen. If you keep it covered in paper, it will just sublimate and you won't get fog. So we will take half a block, break it up, put it in a paper bag, and put that at the sides. And usually at the very beginning, I'll go ahead and put some more right on the top of the stone. This is the area that we're concerned about. This is where the vast majority of the liquids are. This is what we want to refrigerate to prevent leakage and odor. And everything we do is for the comfort, to honor the deceased and comfort the bereaved. We don't want any leakage. We don't want any odor. Those are our two primary concerns. Okay, when we have the person in the coffin and we've got the dry ice and it's all ready, you can go ahead and close it, or you probably want to leave it open until the reader finishes the service. If he gets to the end of the service before you're done, he can just, the instructions are in there. Just go back to the beginning and start over. Just read from the first psalm and start reading again. And then when you are finished, he has instructions to go to the end and say the closing prayers, which are at the end of the service. And we all stand and wait for the end of the service, and then close the casket and prepare to transport him. The reader can read again. It's a beautiful thing. As I said, the tradition is to read from the moment of death until the moment of burial. The tradition for clergy is to read the Gospels. And we read the Gospels around the clock for 5 days for Archbishop Dimitri. Beautiful thing. And typically, regarding the refrigeration and dry ice, typically when we transport to the church, you come into the church, feet towards the altar, and the casket's right here, take the lid off, then I will remove any dry ice bags that are visible. You still have the one under here, and keeping a styrofoam container underneath the stand that it's on. You're going to be using a funeral director, so they'll have a catafalque, and you won't have to worry about, I have instructions in there how to build a stand to put the casket on, and we've used it for years and years. It's just 2 pieces of plywood with a slit, and they fit together like this, and 3/4 inch plywood in an X formation like that, 2 of them. You can you can set a car on it or an elephant or whatever you want. It's one hold anything that you need. Transport to the church. Again, you're probably going to be using a funeral director, so a minivan or anything larger is perfectly fine for any casket. Fits in a minivan, larger van, or Suburban. We have a parishioner who routinely volunteers to take care of transportation. He brings his Suburban and transports wherever we need. Cleanup of your of the instruments, anything that you've used. We typically have the olive oil blessed at church and use it for anointing. So I like to squeeze out the sponges really good. I really am brain dead right now. And take them home and dry them, and then I burn them. That's what you're supposed to do with anything that's been blessed. We don't throw it in the trash. You can bury it or you can burn it. You don't throw it away. Same with anything else that might have the oil on it. To clean anything else that you've used, whether it's hair trimmers or anything at all, Simple Green is the thing to use. That was given to me by the morgue director. He said, here's what you want to use. It has the exact pH that we need to clean everything in here. Standing in his morgue, he said, we can clean everything in here with Simple Green. So that's what you want to use. We deliver the coffin to the church any way it comes. The bell tolls, and we'll sing Holy God as the casket comes into the church. And readers can begin to read in the church. We have a beautiful garden. We have people who love gardening, and our church is on a huge 1/4 acre. So all we have is flowers. We can't have a forest. All we have is flowers. And we have beautiful flowers. So we cut them, herbs, flowers, we bring them in, an icon, a cross in the coffin. You have a more or less ideal arrangement here for the vigil, because the body's going to be over there, and you can have the family, all of their meet and greet, and all the noise that goes on with that can be over here. That needs to be a place of reverence. We've got the readers reading the Psalms. If the widow or widower wants to be over there, they can go over there. If they want a break and want to come over here and be with their family, they can do that. But they need to have that option. A lot of times in a lot of places, that option is not provided for them to be in either place. I had one of our neighbors died, and he was a World War II vet. And he flew something like, I don't know, some ungodly number of missions in Europe in a bomber, which was unheard of. And I said, well, I have to go pay my respects to this guy. And I went downtown to the funeral home, the same one that we often use, and it was culture shock. It really was for me. It's been so long since I was at a secular or other than an Orthodox funeral. You'd have thought there was a ball game going on or something in there. It was just so loud and so raucous and all, and people just packed in there, and I had to work my way through the crowd just to find the casket where I could say a quick prayer and leave. It was really culture shock. It's nothing like what we're used to. And the readers, if you can manage it, and I'm pretty sure you will, the tradition is to read through the night and arrive early for the funeral, but readers should read the Psalms through the night. It's just like Holy Saturday, Holy Friday night, Saturday morning. We read through the night. You read through the night at the tomb of Christ. You read through the night at a funeral. It's exactly the same thing, and I think that is just so great. The readers, when it's time for the funeral, the readers should arrive early, and they should be reading, well, they should still be reading, but if you have church readers, tonsured readers, they should arrive early, and they should be reading when people start to arrive. When people arrive for the funeral, there should be an air of reverence in the room. You know, the non-Orthodox are not used to it, and it sort of lets them know there's something going on here. A lot of people are just completely oblivious to it, which blows my mind. How can you walk into a beautiful place like this, a church, and someone's reading prayers, and you start talking? It just, but some do, but an awful lot of people don't. They realize this is something different. I'm going to be quiet here. And when it's time to take the casket out to your cemetery, you will turn. The deceased always goes feet first. It always goes feet first. And again, you're probably going to be using a funeral director, so you don't have to worry about it too much. They will direct. That's what they do. If your grave's right over here, you're probably just going to be carrying them that distance. I don't know who's going to be digging your graves if you have your own cemetery. It's going to be interesting. We will usually line the surface. We'll put a couple of 2x10s or whatever down the side so that the grave doesn't collapse as you walk down. And we just use ropes to lower the casket into the grave. You can put 2x4s crossways to set it on for the service. Then the pallbearers will lift their rope and pull the 2x4s out and lower it down in nice and slowly. We just use plain old hemp ropes so that if we don't want to pull them back out, you can just drop them in there. They will decompose in the grave. If you think you want to pull them out, it's a good idea to put a couple of boards down in the bottom to leave room so you can pull those ropes out. Of course, the guys want to lower them slowly and evenly so that it goes down in the grave real nice. And then it is, I think most of us know, it is our tradition and an awful lot of other Orthodox Christians' tradition, we fill the grave at the monastery or even at a commercial cemetery. And it's fun to watch the employees are sitting over there in the shade and we're filling the grave for them. They're happy to see that. Most people have the tradition of at least throwing one shovel. Everybody throws a shovel in, depending on what it is. Like, as I said, for my mother's funeral, my dad, Frank was in a mausoleum, so we didn't do it for him. We just filled the whole grave. We just filled it in and we're done. And it's a really cathartic thing to do, just as all of this process is. I should mention about, we talked earlier, we're not bound by any religious law as far as burying within 24 to 48 hours or anything like that. However, it is for the comfort of the bereaved, it really is important to bury as soon as possible. I have experienced it. When Frank died, I can't remember the exact reason. I have a terrible memory. But we couldn't bury him. I think we were waiting for brothers and sisters to come. We couldn't bury him right away, so he went to the Medical University morgue, and he was kept there for a few days. Well, Frank's room was right beside mine. And every time I was just in the habit, it was reflex after him being there for 6 years, 5 years, and being bedridden for a year. Every time I walked past his door, going to the kitchen or anywhere else in the house, I just check on him, checking on Frank every time I went by the door. And after he died and went to the refrigerator, I was still checking on Frank every time I went by the door. And every time I check, went, oh yeah, Frank's in that refrigerator. He's downtown in the refrigerator. And it wears on you. It's always there. It's not done until it's done. And you really need to get it done as expeditiously as possible with no requirements of, it can be 5 days if you need 5 days, like it was for Archbishop Dimitri. But for the comfort of the family, you're kind of, maybe you've experienced it, I don't know. I was in limbo. And this wasn't my father-in-law. We were good friends, but you're just in limbo. You can't move forward and you sure can't go back. You're just kind of stuck there until the funeral. And then you can move on from there.
It's exhausting.
It can be, yeah. I can only imagine, if it had been my mother or my wife, or God forbid, and I was stuck in that position for that long.
Got a question.
Uh-huh. Oh, yes.
How much time will pass between the death of the person and the preparation of the body?
That varies. It totally varies. And when you're in a particular situation with the laws here as to what you can do. The ideal, as I said, and we've accomplished it many times in South Carolina, the ideal is George died in his bed. We went there at 3 o'clock in the morning. We prepared his body. We anointed him. We put him in the casket. We took him to the church. That's the ideal. And he should be, if it's your body, where do you want to be? You want to be in the refrigerator or you want to be at church? Yeah, I'd rather lay in repose in the church for 3 days than to be in a refrigerator for 3 days. But sometimes it's unavoidable. Like I said, I don't really remember why Frank went to the medical university, but he did, and it's not at all uncommon to do that. The ideal would be, let's say they don't die at home. The ideal would be you go to the hospital or the health care facility, pick up the body, bring it right here, prepare it, put it in the casket, take it right to the church. And then you've got people reading the Psalms for 3 days in the church. That's the ideal. But we don't, the ideal is good to have in mind. That's what we want to do. But there are practical, that's why it's really nice that we're under grace, not under the law. We don't have to kill ourselves trying to fulfill the law. We do the best we can, and the rest of it is up to God. We rely on His mercy. Speaking of that, talk a little bit about grief. I usually don't even have time to do this. I must have left a lot out today.
I've just been pushing you along.
Thank you. That's usually my wife's job. I appreciate it. But we do want to talk about Archbishop Dimitri just before we go, so I'm trying to get there. The worst thing you can say to someone when a loved one has died, it's God's will. I think we covered that pretty well this morning, right? It's not God's will. When that beautiful young lady died in that motorcycle accident and her mother wanted her, insisted that she have an open casket in the church, it was not God's will. It's the worst thing you could ever say to her about that. Death is an absolute catastrophe. Death is the ultimate catastrophe of life, of human life. It's not natural. It's not God's will. You can say, I'm sorry for your loss, or may God be with you. But there's not a whole lot more you can say, really. You don't want to fumble with things that are going to be more hurtful than good. It's just, I'm really sorry. Is there anything I can do for you? Let me know if there's anything I can do for you. It's about all you can do. In the Wisdom of Sirach, it says, my son, let your tears fall for the dead. And as one who is suffering grievously begin the lament, lay out his body with the honor due him, and do not neglect his burial. Grief is very real, cannot be denied. It always has been that way. The most profit of our grief, though, is the amendment of our own life. We can pray for the dead, but what we're really grieving is our loss. We don't grieve for the dead. We commend them to God's infinite mercy. And we're grieving the fact that we no longer have them with us. That's what the true understanding and what really healthy grief is. I understand that I'm sad because I miss them and I really wish they were here. But I'm not grieving because they're gone to hell. We cannot make that judgment. And I hope that no one here would do that, and we need to understand that. We have commended them to God's infinite mercy, and it's up to him now. We've put them in his hands. We want to express our grief with propriety and hope. We can't judge them or condemn them to hell with our thoughts. We're not crying because they've gone to hell. We're crying because we miss them. Commend them to the infinite mercy of God. St. John Chrysostom said, "Weep as if we are bidding them farewell on a long journey, for we shall surely see them again." Excessive mourning agitates the bereaved when the deceased has gone to calm harbors. And on the other hand, we ask too much of the bereaved. We've lost most of our acceptable mourning rituals. We want them to return to normal too soon. We need to give them time and be supportive. Everyone is different. We have a widow right now who vacillates from cocktails with the girls at the beach and weeping and moaning, and it's very difficult and very different for everyone. In St. Basil's letter to a young widow, which is really beautiful, he said that she lost a spouse. Why did the Lord allow her to lose a young spouse, or lose her spouse at such a young age? And his reply is so that she would turn to God as her provider and protector. And the loss of an innocent child is proof that death is evil. It is the absolute catastrophe of life is death. Remember Abraham. St. Basil says, "Which would you rather have your son inherit, your property or heaven?" He's an heir of God. And St. Photius the Great talks about how can you say someone had an untimely death? Do we ever say he was untimely born? It's all in God's hands. There's no such thing as a good or evil death. All death is evil. It's not for us to judge the timeliness or the worthiness of anyone's death. Abel died unjustly, but Cain lived as a fugitive and a wanderer. Both received their reward. Precious in the sight of the Lord is the death of his saints. Psalm 116. Some of us work our whole lives saving money for a lasting memorial. Some of us work our whole lives to see our name on a bridge or a building or some medical facade somewhere or something. There are no lasting earthly memorials. On earth we'll all be forgotten, and those who remember us will be forgotten. We just built a new bridge in Charleston a few years back. Where's the plaque that was on the old one? Have no idea. No one knew those names or cared about those people anymore anyway. On earth we will be forgotten, and those who remember us will be forgotten. Only in the mind of God can we hope to find true, lasting remembrance and life. When we sing and we pray for an everlasting remembrance, memory eternal, that's what we're praying for. We're praying that they will remain in God's memory, that God will remember us, because that's the only eternal remembrance is in God's memory. Amending our own life in the acquisition of virtues, prayers for the dead, offering in their name, gifts for the poor, will build mansions in heaven where they live eternally in the memory of God. These are the things we strive for. Grief is different for everyone. We all deal with loss differently. But the only profitable, truly profitable grief is used for the amending of our own life and the acquisition of virtues. And all of these other things are things that we offer in their name. Prayers, gifts for the poor. And by this we build mansions in heaven where they live eternally in the memory of God. Questions?
About 15, 20 minutes questions.
Do your paperwork. Do your paperwork. Please don't put it off. A good friend and parishioner who helped us prepare our very first body for burial was also a very tragic death. He helped us, and he told me later, he said, "Mark, you know, I will do anything that needs doing," and it's right. He'd give you the shirt off his back. He did anything. He was that guy who did anything and everything for the church, anything that anybody needed. But he said, if it's all the same to you, I never want to do this again. I understand that. It's not for everyone. But even at that, he still hasn't done his paperwork. And I could smack him. Do your paperwork. Make sure that your plans are in order. My wife and I did our first will at 26 years old. We did our first will. We had 2 sons. We said, we need a will. We better do it. So,
What most people don't realize is that even if they don't do their own will, the state provides
yes.
one for
Oh,
them.
yeah.
Can I make an introduction real quick? One of the sponsors for our luncheon here today, RJ Sharp, my good friend. Thank you for the introduction.
Thank you.
I'm not trying to be here for the whole thing and joining lunch, but duty called. Yes, so I wasn't able to be here all day, but I'm glad I made it.
I have heard you're one of the good guys.
I'd like to think of myself as one of the
I hope so, yeah.
RJ has agreed to help us out, I mean, with our own ministry here at St. Mary Magdalene, but I'm sure he's more than welcome to speak to anybody else who, in our great state of Michigan, which I've mentioned several times, in our great state of Michigan, to help us to develop this ministry to the extent that the law will allow us to do the things that Deacon Mark had talked to us about today. So RJ is more than happy to, I asked him to bring some cards too, if anybody has any further questions about how to move forward in this process. We were just having a little side discussion about how, and just like you suggested, Father Deacon, when you go to funeral directors and want to develop something like this in the state, to mention how they do it with the Jews and how they take care of the body. It was explained to me what happens there, and it's very similar to what we're talking about here with no embalming and refrigeration, you know, for over 3 days. We had a big discussion about that too, so.
Big.
Anyway,
That's great.
RJ is here to offer any assistance in that. Again, I hope we'll be working with you as well here.
I think we have 4 or 5 churches represented here, don't we?
Right, so, and
That's
they're
great.
all relatively close too, so thank God, yeah, so,
Well,
so RJ will be here for Vespers too. Yes, but RJ's gonna be here for Vespers, so if anybody would like a business card, wants to talk to him.
Father, you wanted to hear a little bit about Archbishop Dimitri, and we
Yes,
only have
please.
about 10 minutes.
Yes, because he actually, we were talking about that too, because it's the incorrupt relics and the stories that surround them are one of those things that people say, can you prove to me the existence of God? And there is absolutely, we have weeping icon
Archbishop Dimitri was buried exactly the way we've talked about today, exactly the way I just described. And he lay in repose in his cathedral for 5 days. It was 113 degrees outside. I guess it was probably 75 or 78 inside. I don't know. The Gospels were read around the clock for 5 days, and a lot of services were held. 5 days the bishops had to come from all over the world to be there, and we had an awful lot of people there. It was a beautiful thing. But then 5 years later, it was a community problem. No one wanted to believe he was going to die. No one wanted to believe who would? No one wanted to believe Archbishop Dimitri was going to die, and they just weren't prepared. They talked about all different kinds of options and stuff to try and bury him at the cathedral, but they didn't have time. The city just wouldn't allow something like that to happen right quick. This is in Dallas, Texas, by the way. Big metropolitan area. So he had already bought a cemetery plot at a huge, can't remember the name of it. I want to say Graceland, but I don't think it was. A huge cemetery in Dallas. I mean, the place was just huge. And we went out there, so I was asked to come back once the chapel was completed at the cathedral 5 years later, come back and translate his relics from the cemetery to the cathedral. And we came prepared. We had new vestments for him. We had a new casket for him. We had we were prepared for, we thought, anything. And we were hopeful, of course. Everybody thought he was a saint anyway. Regardless of what we would have found at the cemetery, that wouldn't have changed much really in anyone's eyes. So we were standing in the cemetery. I'm trying to make this as quick as I can. We're standing in the cemetery early in the morning. We had 2 funeral directors who were assigned to direct this exhumation. And I'm standing there with this lady, funeral director, and I said, "Well, I guess you don't see this very often." She said, "Oh no, we see it every day. We're exhuming bodies every day." She said, "We have become such a mobile society that children are digging up their parents' remains, having them cremated, and taking them with them." Wrap my head in duct tape. It's going to explode. So we were there with the bulldozer and everything, dug him up, and then they transported him to a warehouse on the property where we opened the casket. Well, not the casket, the vault, which, again, I reiterate, is an abomination, should never, ever be used for an Orthodox Christian. Should never have a vault. The only damage to Archbishop Dimitri's body was caused by the vault, and no other reason. When we cracked the lid, and this took it took most of the day, because none of us have ever done this before. We don't know what we're going to encounter. We're all gowned and masked, and we just don't know what we're going to see. But we cracked the lid on the vault, and as I told you earlier, he had been in 100% humidity for 5 years. Big puddles of water on top of his casket. And then we stood around and we looked at it and we said, okay, everything looks okay. Amazingly, I'll send you the report. There was no mold inside the vault. There's no mold anywhere, not on his vestments, not on his skin, not on the casket, not inside the vault, anywhere. Mold spores are everywhere. The thing should have been full of mold, but there was no mold inside there. And so we debated, and everything looks okay, but we're afraid, is the casket going to fall apart when we go to lift it out of there? What condition is the casket in? We know it was well made because Father Michael, who was there with us, he made it. It took a long time, but we finally got the vault completely opened, and we figured out how to get the casket out of the vault, and we did, and they provided 2 sawhorses where we could set it, and then we finally opened the casket, and he's incorrupt, what can you say? There was 100% humidity, so everything in the casket was absolutely soaked. All of his vestments were soaked. Everything is soaked inside there. I mentioned the big puddles of water, so you know how wet it was. And gravity is relentless. Gravity does its thing, and that's one of the reasons that we cover the face with an air, a covering, because all of the cells all the water had drained out, though he was not allowed to dehydrate like he should have because he was stuck in that stinking vault. In any other situation, he would have dehydrated and been in even better condition. But because all the water had drained out, then of course his eyes were sunken in under the air. That's why we cover the face with an air. And just the weight of the cloth on his nose had pushed his nose down. You could see where the nose had been flattened just by the weight of the air on his nose. As we were closing the coffin, 5 years earlier, as we were closing the coffin in the cathedral, I had been taking care of him for 5 days. I had, like I described, put the ice on, take the ice off, and because there were people there, lots of people there for the whole 5 days, day and night, it's become my custom in our church that when I put dry ice back on the body at night, I just take my vestments and cover the body with my vestments to cover the dry ice. They look nice, and there's a cross on it, so it's a nice covering, so I just lay my vestments on that. Well, I had been laying my vestments on Archbishop Dimitri for 5 days, and every time I put on my gold vestments, I remember that. Talk about blessing. But anyway, just as the lid was coming down, I was the last person. I snuck in under it and I kissed his hand one last time. Cross was in his left hand, and right here on his left hand I noticed, weird thing to notice, but I was kissing his hand. There was a tiny little abrasion. You know, when you have an abrasion, you can see the capillaries underneath the skin in an abrasion like that, just a very minor abrasion, but I could see the capillaries, and I just noticed it. So when we went back and opened the casket and we were taking his vestments off, one of the first things I did was I went looking for that abrasion, and it looked just like the day that I kissed his hand. And you'll see the pictures. You can see the veins in his hands. You can see, especially his feet. You can see all the veins in his feet. It just looks like just yesterday. So, I should fast forward, right? I go home, I decide, well, I got to write a report for the Senate because this is pretty phenomenal. And I'm writing this report, and I said, well, I got a couple questions here and there, so I called the funeral directors, both of the funeral directors who had helped us. And I'm talking to this lady again, and she says, in the course of talking with her in this conversation, she says it was a miracle. I said, now hold on just a second. You got to remember who we're talking about, who you're talking to. Choose your words carefully. She said, oh no, it's a miracle. She said, and the amazing thing is, you guys saw exactly what you expected to see. We were amazed. She said, I've been doing this for 10 years, exhuming people every day. In that section of the cemetery, in that vault, for 5 years, there should have been nothing in there but bones covered with goo. We had to, at the beginning, I forgot to tell you, at the very beginning, they brought paperwork out. We had to stop at the office and sign paperwork. We had to sign a release for any psychological damage that might happen to us by exhuming his body and seeing bones covered with goo instead of Archbishop Dimitri. We were prepared for anything because it really didn't matter to us. You know, he's a saint regardless of the condition of his relics for everyone who ever knew him or served with him or whatever. But there you have it, and I can send you the pictures and the report, and you can read all about it. So.
And why was this unusual to you, Father? Because this is the tradition of the church. This has happened, you know, why were you not surprised to see incorrupt relics? Because this happens everywhere.
No, yeah, I was not surprised.
Yeah.
No, we weren't surprised, but we were prepared for anything, was my point, that if they hadn't been incorrupt, it wouldn't have changed a thing. In my heart, or any of the participants, wouldn't have changed a thing for any of us. One other thing, and I hesitate to mention this, but what the heck, you know, Lord have mercy. We took his vestments off, we put new vestments on, we moved him from one casket to a new one, and the one that Father Michael had made. I mentioned this morning that we had drilled holes in the bottom, and when we took the lining out, you could see where the body fluids had flowed out of the casket, and in a proper burial, they would have just flown into the dirt, but they flowed out into so all of that was exactly as we thought it should be, or should have been, except for the vault. I'm brain dead. What was I telling you about? Oh, jeez. Oh, Father Michael made his original casket. And as we're leaving, I said, Father Michael, he had written Archbishop Dimitri and his years and everything on there. And I said, Father Michael, was that gold leaf you put on his casket, or was it gold paint? He said, if it's gold, I didn't do it. I used white paint. It sure looked like gold to me. I didn't go back and examine it or anything. We were kind of busy. But so take it with a grain of salt. That's not. Yeah. Well, it's not strictly apocryphal, but I take it with a grain of salt, whatever. It's just my observation.
Some of the men at this parish visited twice now the relics of Saint Saba in Mar Saba in Jerusalem. And, you know, this is he died 1,400 years ago, and he's still laying in an open glass coffin with no air sealant, no anything, still pliable, with veins in his hands and veins in his feet, and his face completely intact. We have photos, and it's incredible. And he's still pliable enough to where they lift him up and they change out his vestments. I think every 5 years, you know, they change out all of his vestments. And this is 1,400 years.
Wow.
Of these. So this is not an unusual thing, but it's a glorious thing and a wonderful reminder of the glory of God, who works even in the bodies of the saints, which is a great wrap up to this entire retreat about taking care of the body, taking care of our deceased loved ones in a way that is befitting of the way that God sees their bodies and who they are, you know, as one in 90 billion, like you said. I can't remember the number you said, how many humans existed, you know, since the beginning of time.
100 billion is what they estimate.
So thank you very much, Father Deacon.
Thank you.
Father Deacon will be sticking around a little bit for questions and answers. RJ is here as well.
I will also be here tomorrow. You're going to go home. I'm going to go home. I'm going to be thinking of all the things I didn't tell you, and you're going to be thinking about questions you forgot to ask. So I will be here tomorrow after liturgy.